Hello.
Man, we were talking to ourselves. I feel bad. I made an amazing gender studies joke,
Yep.
and we missed it.
Yep.
I feel dead inside. But that's a colossal hammer.
That is a colossal hammer coming down. With, is that 2 Sigardas 8s?
Yes.
That's interesting.
But I believe that we just got pierced.
Oh, no.
Okay, no. We're trying again. Wait.
We are seeing a fetch from the the Murktide player here, so we probably are going to see a Spell Pierce. Triggering our Dragon Rage Channelers twice. I love Dragon Rage Channeler.
Cards
So
very
good.
good. I don't have really much to say about it, but like
Like, it's just,
it knocked Delver out of favor.
yeah.
Like it gives you that choice.
It's
in
just
a deck
better
where you're already
Delver.
not playing that many lands.
It's better Delver.
For functionality, yes. For what it's supposed and the way we foot, yes, it makes sense. But
It's
I mean,
incredible.
it makes you play Mishra's Bauble, right? Like I mean,
That's fine.
yeah,
I love Mishra's Bauble too.
Sure. Did you love it before Dragon Rage Channeler?
Yeah, I played it in Traverse Shadow.
Oh well, that just means you're delirium. I'll say this.
I am delirium pilled. I don't know what to tell you.
you.
I love my delirium decks. I still love my Naya Saga Traverse deck, which was the dumbest pile of cards I ever put together that won me an event. So
Fair. So I guess now with the Colossal Hammer in the graveyard, Forge and Use live.
oh yes, very
which
much
is
so.
important.
But it is a 3-drop into a counterspell / taxing deck. So like,
Which is like, I mean,
but-
sure. But I mean, we have another hammer in hand now, but now we also have the activation of, well, no. Well, okay, yes. So me playing the Forge and you can get countered, but then we have the probably not staying alive
Stoneforge Mystic, yes.
That's going to die. Yeah, I was going to be like, yeah, we have Mystic, but then I'm like, probably is not going to live, so it doesn't matter.
We're going to see a Preordain come out here, which is, God, Surveil 2, Scry 2 draw card seems amazing.
So, I'll bring it up. So, if we got Ponder back, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, is it really too messed to give us back Ponder with Preordain?
I really don't think so. I don't think it would change much. I think Storm is still unplayable, which was their primary concern with the consistency of those cards.
Oh, so what I just heard is the cowards should unban Splinter Twin.
Well, yes.
That's what you just said.
Yes.
Here. You just looked at me and went, man, I don't know. In this world
Also,
of solitude and creeps.
I may or may not own 4 copies of Rise of the Eldrazi Splinter Twins.
Just in case.
Because I think you just play a
I'm
Murktide Shell
pretty
with
sure
that
we're
instead.
delirious, and that was 6.
That is probably 6 damage. I can't imagine we aren't at this point.
So, real quick, if we have delirium, does that mean that we're delirious and he flies and is a dragon, or somehow we've invoked delirium on an opponent and they think he flies?
I think it's their delirious.
So, okay,
The
us having
creatures,
so many
the creatures
bad
themselves.
card types in our graveyard, our opponent can't believe that we're winning with it, so now he thinks that loses the dragon.
It's like they're shamans, so it's some kind of shamanistic rite that invokes them from power or from death and gives them the power of flight.
Oh, so they made our opponent high. Got it. All right, so I mean, here is very simply, yes. What?
It's declaring attacks. Because it's just going to try and attach a hammer here, right? That makes sense. We are going to see, my guess is, yeah. Ooh, just raw counterspell, baby. That's why. I know Joe was freaking out. Why didn't we just activate the Stoneforge Mystic? And it's to take the card and be able to attach the hammer.
Yeah.
There's no way he was blocking it, like killing it. But the thing is here is there.
I guess like also this opens the Forge anew as well, because now we have the counter spell.
The big thing is if there is a removal spell, game over. Oh, I see. He's targeting both things to attach it.
So, the way that works is...
Let me pull up Sigarda's Aid real quick so I can clarify.
Yeah. It'll go to one and then move to the other.
The question is whether it's a may. If it's a may to move it or not.
It probably isn't.
Because if it's a may, this is great because it dodges the removal. Okay, yeah. And then trigger to reattach the Stoneforge. I guess he doesn't have the removal spell for this here.
Yeah.
Sigarda's Aid. Still surprised we haven't seen a whole lot of action with Sigarda's Aid and Auras, because it does do that too, right?
What?
Yeah. You can cast Auras as if they had Flash as well.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. You may attach it to target creature you control. So it's trigger. But I guess if you're choosing to activate it, it's gonna resolve. That's my understanding, right?
No, no. So what it is it comes into play. You
Mhm.
target both your creatures, right?
Yep.
And then
Then you can opt
when
to.
it resolves, you go, does it go on this creature? You always probably go on the first one no matter what.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, cool, do you have a response here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, no, okay, I won't move it. But then your opponent can respond. So it's
Yeah.
like a little weird thing of like depending on what's going on, but yeah. Anyways, he took 10, so we're at 8.
11.
What? Oh, hits on a Stoneforge.
Yep.
We're at 7.
We're seeing 4 mana be played here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, or he's tapping something else. He's casting something. He's bolting
What?
him?
Oh, so we're just going to finish this with burn, so that's what, 8?
Yep. I mean, he only needs one more burn spell, and well, he does have the Ornithopter untapped here. And these Darcies do.
I don't think we're wrong on life totals. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think so either.
Because we had the Ornithopters to block.
Yeah.
The only attack was for 6.
Oh, this is attack
That's
for
block
6.
1.
Blocking 1.
Go to
Okay.
5.
Yeah. Might have like a subtlety to block.
Let's ask our corresponder at the table. We don't have one of those. All right. All right, 2 mana for...
Oh, an Odawara.
I'm sorry.
Surge of
That's-
Salvation?
That's rude. I should have left for the search.
Oh, yeah, well, Surge will do it.
Yes. I shouldn't have laughed. I feel really bad. Is
mean,
that
that's-
main deck?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
They usually play
no,
1
I
or
know.
2.
It's okay.
You have
3.
2. You're in a 3. Wow.
3. I can't. I feel really bad about that laugh because it's pretty loud, but. Also, no, because like in my opinion, for James, that was just like the fastest card I saw snapped on the board, and
I wonder, does Surge of Salvation give all your permanents? Or is it
Yes,
just creature?
it's permanence.
Oh, God. I was
So
saying,
it's
you could target the hammer.
No, yeah.
But
So it's
That card is messed up, man.
So I actually played in Commander, and it's like, and a lot of people are like, "Excuse me, what does that card do?" And I'm like, "Yeah, so it does." Like,
Well, I play Veil of Summer in Commander, so that doesn't surprise me.
well, no,
but
because here's another thing: if you read the card, if someone blasphemous sacks you,
it protects everything,
so
yeah.
that's why,
It's pretty good.
Surge of Salvation goes to you and
Permanents you and permanents you control. Oh. Magic. Magic, what are you doing?
Wait, real quick. At uncommon,
Almost as egregious as Legolas's quick reflexes.
that card's very good. Like I keep telling everyone, I'm like, before someone does something stupid at Eternal Weekend, pick
Yeah.
them up now.
I mean, it's going to be very good for Infect, I think.
No, not just Infect, just like most of the, semi-protect the creatures type deal, right? Like,
I don't know how many of there are of those in Legacy right now, though, right?
I mean, it's a solid $15 card still. But my question
Yeah,
is,
it's like half the box already.
does it go to 30 if this card like actually does something? Right? Like,
I mean, it doesn't. It's a very difficult card to reprint, so I imagine this card will be expensive at some point.
I would, yeah. If anyone even cared to, I would just pick. Oh, actually, it's not. It looks like they range about like the 20 range, no matter what. Even if you
15.
no, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh,
getting
yeah.
up there.
I would, yes. If anyone was interested or that, I would definitely try to pick
Yeah,
that card up. I think
Definitely pick up that gift set, really.
Yeah.
Because the other
Well,
cards
no,
are cool.
There's also like a white card that's really good. It's like a one white card,
Yeah, the one that has I
like
think
Faded Hour or something. I don't know. There's like a few cards in here that are like pretty good in protection spells and just.
I really like the blue one from the Galadriel box that you can replicate it for
yeah,
additional blue and
replicate the
bounce
bounce cards
all
of the
the
same
things with the
number,
same
yeah,
number.
yeah.
It's really cool.
I mean, normally, blue is good enough to do it. Like 3 cards
Yeah.
being moved is good enough.
Yeah, but like even just 3 mana bounce all tokens, like it's vicious. All right,
It's funny.
Cyborg
It's like
Wise.
things that people don't talk about until
Yeah.
like they come
Yeah.
out and you're like, man, I missed it. Ah, that's cute. So we have the Days Undoing just in case. That's fun.
Oh, with Narset, that's pretty
Do you
good.
bring in Fables in this matchup?
Too slow.
That's fair.
I
They're
think
going fast.
I think realistically, what you're going to see is engineered explosives for sure,
Fury.
Furies for sure.
We
Uh,
probably actually we take out the Narsets probably.
and I think you take out the spell snares for Stern Scolding. It counters all their creatures. Power 2 or less.
So what? Oh, yes, I think you take out the snares.
Snares
and we want to
for
play the
Stern Scolding
Scoldings,
because
sure.
it counters more
And then I
things.
think we bring in the third Pierce.
For sure. Well, it player draw. Depends. I think if we're on the draw, yes. If we're on the play, no.
Heard. No, heard. Makes
Well,
sense.
maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. Spell Pierce is a weird card.
I always.
Unless you trade up, which is why I like it.
Yeah, Stern Scolding / spell snare math is always interesting. Like, and I say math by going like first or 2nd, and that matters. And over here, March probably.
I think Path
Path
and Solitude actually.
and Solitudes.
I think the main reason being is that if there is a Murktide, that's
Yes.
really your
Yes,
only way.
maybe War and Peace. No, maybe War and Peace.
I don't know.
Because like, do I care more about the Murktides or over all the little like Dragon Rage channelers?
I mean,
It's
most
all
of the time
moments.
I think most of the time, by the time you're online with a sword, you're not killing a Dragon Rage channeler anymore. I think it's more prevalent for Ragavans, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ragavans came out in this matchup. Because there's too many things that block it too easily.
That's fair.
In which case, I think, yeah, you're definitely going to see like the Furies and the additional threats. You might see Fables come in instead of Ragavan. I don't know. The card quality is important here, making sure you can find the right answers, because it really comes down to how many answers for Hammer did you have a lot of the time.
Matt looking up. Oh no, it was not Matt. That was James looking up, and I'm like, who is he praying for that hand? He's praying for it with double hammer.
It's gotten unholy heat in the Murktide player's hand, which is already a
Yeah.
pretty good start. It's just whether or not you have the
Well, we're
clock to
keeping
go
on this.
alongside it.
All right, 20 all. Here we go.
All right. Oh, we got a monkey.
Yep, definitely took out the monkey. Definitely took out the monkey.
Yeah, I think the only thing holding me back from owning Murktide is Spire Bluff Canals, and I just haven't pulled that trigger yet.
Should have told him.
Yeah.
I kept a place, and I think I sold a place of canals.
All right. Well,
I would have just given them to you.
I don't know. Modern right now is too much of a mess for me to really be considering other
did you
decks.
not? They're cheap. They have the Doctor Who reprint. of
Oh, I would
canals.
love to have Dalek Spiral Canals. I might have to look into
Yeah, you
that.
should look into those. I know like the sale's over
Mhm.
because the new one drops on Tuesday. I'm really excited for the new one, by the way.
I've only seen the Tomb Raider one. What else is there?
They haven't said, that's why.
Oh.
But it's a secret anniversary, so it's the anniversary
Mhm.
drop.
And they
Those
also
are
said
always
there's
good.
supposed to be 3 more Doctor Who ones, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. I'm an avid Doctor Who fan for anyone else out there who's
Oh,
a
are they
Whovian.
adding more? I don't know. If
Well, they said there was going to be a total of 5 secret layer drops for Doctor Who, and then we've only
I'm
seen 2
super
so
excited.
far. So
That's
yeah, I
that's very good.
there's a lot of characters that they haven't done yet, which is what I really want to see.
Oh no, of course.
And I'm also interested to see if they line it up with the 60th anniversary special, and we get some of the newer characters like the
Yeah.
14th Doctor and 15th Doctor.
Actually, that would make sense to be secret layer cards,
Mhm.
and they couldn't be
Yeah,
cards from like what is it called in the decks.
Mhm.
That makes
yeah.
sense.
I think that'd be a really awesome like preview.
Also, I'm totally building Laura Croft. By the way, I'm excited for that.
Really, you
Oh,
like her? I think she's cool.
I think she's medium, but it's fun.
It's-
Like here's
yeah.
the thing. Like let's talk about it. Like is it medium? Yes.
Yes.
But it's
Is it interesting?
oh,
Yes.
It's so different.
It's
yeah.
very
Like,
interesting.
how many legendary artifacts can I actually find?
There's
and
a lot.
Of course, I would do like Temir land caves just for flavor.
It's true. Well, the
And that's it.
caves
So-
are cool.
So let me say this: I would do it for flavor, not knowing it's the most powerful deck I've ever put on the table.
Mhm. I mean, that Vesuva-like cave that copies a land in your graveyard is
Yeah, so
super
being able
interesting.
to like Temir land stuff
Yeah.
with her plus her other words is probably
All right,
okay.
well, we've got the Sigarda's Aid coming down, which is always the card you
Yep.
never want to see.
Ragavan hit a land.
What did we tap out for? Did
So-
a Ragavan die? I missed
No,
something.
he cast a preordain.
Okay.
And then I believe that he cast. Oh no! So he cast a removal spell on the Ornithopter.
Uh-huh.
Then he attacked with a Ragavan, got the treasure, didn't want the land, or couldn't do anything with the land.
Gotcha.
And then played a preordain.
And that's a Shadow Spear as well,
yeah.
right?
So
man?
then what we did was it was
So
on
this
the other
is
side.
this
was
our
then
third
Sigarda's Egg chapter.
our
What?
second Ragavan hit here?
This is the second Ragavan.
Wow. And what did we hit off that? I can't tell what that card is. Looks like a Universes Beyond card.
I don't know. Our opponent had to read it though.
Is that
I
4
say
to
our opponent because I'm definitely on one side than the other right now, and I feel kind of bad, but that's okay. That is a...
Ooh, iteration, baby. Big fan of that card. I don't know. It's funny. You're kind of rooting for Hammer, and I'm kind of rooting for Murktide.
It's just the people we are.
Yep.
Though I would never play Hammer in an event, so it's okay. What is that card?
It's got to be some kind of alternate art. Is it like an expedition map alternate art?
Expedition map?
It did get
Why would that be in this list?
I don't know. They might use it to grab like Saga or Inkmoth.
No, it's a Pure Steel Paladin. Right?
Oh.
Isn't that? No, am I wrong? No, that's Universes Beyond.
Uh,
That looks like... I thought that could be the alternate art Pure... That maybe it's not alternate art.
I think
Maybe
it's Forge
just-
Anew then. If it's...
It has to be the what was a Master set, Commander Master's Pure Steel Paladin,
Oh, is it?
right?
Yeah, I mean, it's got a creature type line, so I'm going to assume as much. And it's got a power toughness box. Yeah, it's got to be yeah, that looks like it.
Right? It has to be.
Yeah,
That's
it
like
has
the
to be
only
a pure
card.
steel.
It is the only card that could possibly look that way.
Did he fetch for that island, or was that a raw draw?
No,
We got caught up in trying to figure out what this card was.
no. He just shocked it in for 2. I had it ready over here. I just wanted to see if he was doing anything else.
Okay.
So the only thing is that he's shocked,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because he fetched for the planes.
Well, he's
So
also
he-
taken 4 from Ragavan.
Yeah, so we're sitting at
12-ish?
12. Yep.
Buzz, we got caught up in our conversation.
We're having fun. We're pretty sure.
Again, another
I'm pretty
pass.
sure Ragavan is taking this game.
Oh, yeah, the advantage this is pushing is just too
That's
much at
10.
this point. And that is a pithing needle. Oh, no.
Wait, don't we just... Well,
Oh.
doesn't really matter because, like, you can Sigarda-Zade everything. But, like,
But, yeah, I think realistically here...
I don't even think I care. I just want the treasure. Yeah, I don't
Look
care.
at the Darcy. There's an argument to maybe naming Shadowspear since it's already there. Oh, he's going to play another Darcy. Oh, man. He's going to cast it, yeah.
So he has, yeah, okay.
The question is,
But
what is he going to name?
Double trigger.
Oh, we keep that, right?
You, yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Yeah, alright, cool. Life totals did not matter here, folks.
That
Actually,
is...
We also can't really E for 1, though, right?
Yeah.
So that's like, that is a desperation play if everything goes south.
It's good to have. You can also E on 0 for Sagas. That is something that you can see, right? So, like, I think... E on 2, if, like, a Pure Steel comes down, like, I think it's just, it's universally good. We definitely don't want it on one
I mean,
here,
our
but...
opponent has 4 cards and that's pretty... See, now I always root for the winner when I go with our opponent, but let's go with this.
Stop switching sides.
Oh my god, I'm looking at it from all sides. But anyways, with Hammer 4 cards in hand, I'm not really sure there's much we can do here. It looks like it was an action-like game. Sphere.
Yeah, that looks like Spear.
Looks like Shadow.
Yeah.
Looks like S. Not Stoneforge. Herd.
Yeah, I think it's Shadow
We're
Spear.
just going to go with a safe pick, the card
Yep.
on board.
Yep. With the 8, it's going to stop a lot of other stuff, so I think... But the big question is, do we have Delirium?
It's 5 cards in hand. There's just not...
Yeah.
I mean... Doesn't really do anything here, right? Like this...
I mean, with a Lightning Bolt, that's lethal.
Yeah, I just don't...
Yeah.
Like... I feel... I want to know what was the hand that
So that's
James kept, right?
Spell Snare on the Pure Steel Paladin, and that is going to be moving to game 3, it looks
Well, I was
like.
going to say, it's like, what was the hand that James kept that he felt confidence in, like... Or he had confidence in this hand?
I mean, I think I had the 8, I had the Shadow Spear.
Oh, actually, no, never mind. You're right. I apologize. It was double hammer, aid, land, ornithopter. The problem is
Was
that
he killed the Ornithopter?
we knew
Yeah.
that, yeah, the ornithopter died. Because he went ornithopter first,
Mhm.
aid,
Mm-hmm.
and then the opponent went Ragavan, but then he went kill your guy, hit you, and then we never saw another creature. So I guess
Well,
we
it was
went with
it was
the
turn 1 Ragavan
right,
into removal spell hit with Ragavan.
right, and then we kept drawing other cards that do stuff, but we didn't hit another creature.
Yep.
And we weren't a Malta 6, but we were on the draw.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I get
I
it.
get it.
I don't blame.
I don't think you're going to get a better 5.
I don't blame Herd. That is true. Okay. Well,
All right, so we're moving
good
into
news
game
is
3.
we're in the
Hammer on the
position
play.
that Hammer wants to be in.
Yep. Hammer on the play. Moving into game 3.
The only way I compare this is, so obviously I know it's a card you're familiar with, but people are at home. It's like, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes certain decks lose or win on the dice roll.
It's true.
And yes, going first, whatever your opponent says first,
Mhm.
if we play the games out, I think is super important for like Hammer,
Mhm.
more than most other decks.
What
Like-
other... Scam is like that, too. Scam
Yeah.
really wants to be on the play, I think.
Right. The disruption-based decks, some of the certain like, I'm not gonna call them cheese decks, but you know what I mean, like the we're cheating decks.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, well, Magic in general, very much so like Yu-Gi-Oh, has a big discrepancy. Not a huge discrepancy, but a fair discrepancy in that usually being on the play converts to more win
Yeah.
percentage.
The only reason that I brought that game up versus another game, where some people that's because like there have been tournament winning builds where people say, "Oh, this is a going second build."
Yeah.
Where in Magic, we just go back to the whole like spell snare going first or second sort of thought process. But yes, obviously there are some better decks on the play than they are on
Mhm.
the draw.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever gone to a tournament going, man, I have this going second Magic deck that's just really good.
It's true.
It's
I've
like,
never said that in
never
Magic.
heard that, right?
Yeah.
Versus they've lived tournament lives going, oh, I always want to go second. My opponent goes first. I go second.
Yeah. I think that's where some of the other card games, I think, are starting to succeed by making that disparity matter a little bit more. I think you see it in One Piece and Flesh and Blood right now where depending whether you want to go first or second depends on the matchup, which is huge.
For me, it's always the advantage. All right, man. Either that's a textless basic land in his hand, or it looks like he has a dungeon in his hand. Look at the top. Oh, it's a saga.
That's a saga, dude. What?
It's a black and white
All right.
version. It's
Yeah,
it's-
it looks... It's fine.
it's a saga. Leave me alone. Like, I'm just like, there's a lot of text on that Magic
And,
card.
yep, there it is. Ur's a saga.
See,
Also,
it's because I barely see the black and white version.
really? I like that version a lot.
Yeah, I see people playing the regular version more times.
It's because it's
Uh,
cheaper.
And we started with Ginger Brute, which is awesome this time. It was really good. Yep.
He's probably just trying to bait out a removal spell, but he's going to take the 1. Like down to 18 here. But it's a pretty stacked hand. Oh,
It's
yeah,
good.
we're
I
gonna see that
think we're- now,
Stoneforge. Yeah.
My thing, yeah, this is gonna get the card Stern Scolding.
My guess is this is going to be Stern Scolding, just because it's better to just not have them gain the advantage. Does he have double Murktide in his hand? Did I see that right?
That might be.
That's... And we are going to go down to 15 for this.
Yeah, because he got hit,
Mhm.
fetched out. Yep. I was like, James is like, is it here? Is it there? Where do you need me to
Yep,
put
and
it?
it is going to be a Stern Scolding.
He got told.
Thanks, Gandalf. Alright, and then we are going to see... It's probably like Eileen Preordain, right?
Yep.
Start getting stuff into the graveyard. I think that is double Murktide, though. That's interesting. Nope, we're going to see a fetch.
We're
Question is
doing
from
half
Island
the
or not.
work for our opponent.
We're gonna see
But
the
at the same
island
time,
come
in this
down.
matchup, your life total isn't really a problem. You're probably going to get smashed.
Yeah, I mean, anything unblocked is arguably representing lethal in this matchup. So, I think the bigger concern here for
So, like, what
for
is
Matt,
this one drop into hold up removal?
I think the biggest concern for Matt here right now is that there's a saga, right? I mean, I really want
Is
that.
Is that too slow? You can't do that, right? Yeah.
Probably
you
not.
can't.
No,
Yeah,
I think you have to
yeah.
find something else. I think realistically, you're trying to get the setup here for
Yep.
the Murktide as soon as possible. Yeah, we're gonna
But
see a
then we
card
also
off the
know
top.
that, yeah, and that's an unholy heap for the card that is unblockable too. And I
Mhm.
think you have to do it now, knowing that if you get surged, it's not good. Because if he literally has surge up, Sigarda's Aid, hammer, you're dead.
Not dead. He'll be at 3.
And then how do we answer?
But he is gonna do
How
it
do we
now.
answer that then? Because if he goes
Yeah.
Murktide, we have activate unblockable haste.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
it has to be now. Yeah.
Oh,
Draw
Yep, and then he
into
drew.
Darcy. Yep.
Darcy. That's
We got
a
a
good
call
draw
draw.
here, I think. It's gonna really help fuel these Murktides. Question is, does he have another
What's in
land to make
hand?
use of this? Oh, he does.
So
Okay.
we have another Saga.
Yep. So this is gonna just be an end step construct into construct, I think.
That's really good.
Yeah, it's very good.
That's yeah. This
It's
is
what you want in this
It's
matchup.
what yeah. It's if that's what they have to be doing. You as a Murktide player feel much more confident here.
Question, I think, are we gonna see a Murktide?
Double blue.
We
yeah.
are. It's a chunky boy.
Question is, do we bring in the Solitudes?
I
And,
think we
like, the
definitely bring in the
and
path.
removal? Yeah.
It's what, a 6/6? That's pretty good.
Darcy.
And a
Yep.
Darcy. He's just
Yep.
loading it up,
Yep.
getting ready for that clock. The question is if he maintained Delirium or not.
No, he did not.
Did not. Okay. Oh, that means it can block.
Sure. No, you're not wrong. Like yeah.
All right, and that is going to be 19 for the hammer player.
That
That's the
was
first
a
point of
fetch, yeah.
damage.
What?
And we have.
Oh, that's a construct. I was like, that looks cool. I was like, what is that? Yeah.
Looks like a fish.
Oh, it's a Pokemon. It's is that the squid?
I don't
Am I
know.
wrong? Is it Mal or whatever? I forget his name. I knew these. You have to turn your DS upside down to evolve it.
What?
Yeah, the upside down squid thing, Inkly's evolution.
Oh.
You have to turn your DS upside down,
Really?
and then and then it evolves.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Looks like he's floating a mana, opting not to make another construct, which I
Yeah.
find interesting. And the question is, what are we getting here? Shadow Spear. Yeah. I guess this construct is kind of tiny at the moment, so.
This can totally be equipped for one.
Mm-hmm.
Sigarda's Aid, hammer.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, as long as you have another land. Shadow Spear
does.
equips for 2.
He has a land. Oh no, he's 3 lands then. Okay, no. Yeah, he has a land in hand.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's another Saga.
Yeah, but that's.
I don't know what he has in hand. I'm pretty sure I know what he's in hand. That's not the play,
Mhm.
but I want to keep dreaming. Also, as we haven't slam done it, it's not it.
Yeah, probably not. Particularly with a Murktide up on the top that. I guess like the only thing you're really
It's
fearing is the
land,
possibility
land.
of force
So it's
negation.
like it's Hallowed Fountain, Urza Saga, and then 2 unknowns that I
Yeah.
can't see yet right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised this wasn't just a construct. We're playing a hammer.
I was close.
So actually, you know what it is? It might be Pure Steel Paladin.
Oh, that'd be insane. Are we? Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Oh, they gotta read real quick.
Subtlety
That-
question mark? Maybe?
No, he doesn't have. No, I don't think he has it. This is double equip.
Oh, that's rough.
Attempt.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, this is gonna
Attempt.
hurt.
All right. Shibby. like.
So that is
So
3, 4, 14, 14?
yeah. Okay. So it's 3 base, 4, 10,
Yep.
14.
Shoof.
Yeah. 14 lifelink.
That's bad. That is not looking good for our Murktide player. He's gonna block.
He takes
Takes 13.
13 down to 1.
Down to 1. Man.
And 32.
Gaining 14 to 33. Oof. And another Saga to back it up. Oh, there's the force.
I was close. I really was close on the play of the Sigarda's Aid.
Yeah. That's so unfortunate. He drew the force 1 turn too late. He could have countered the hammer. Oh no, the EE2.
Still wouldn't take hammer to a tournament.
Yeah.
Like,
Very close fought game there. You know, one
Yeah.
to two more turns would have made all the difference there.
It do be that way,
But you know, congratulations to
James.
James on his continued streak here, going 3-0 after round 3.
Okay, we'll be back after this commercial break.
Which is not
Bye.
really a commercial break.
I've just always wanted to say that.
Hero, hero. Hero, hero. Hero, hero. I wanna be a hero, hero. Oh, the hero comes, I can hear the drums and a horse is drawn to the kingdom come through the pale moonlight. Our hearts ignite to the call. Oh, claim your prize for a crown of stars in the name of love. Be the
Alrighty, Magic players, we are back. Let us go up, and right here we have our players getting ready. I seem to only have one deck list, but it looks like we are scamming, damn, wabbing. So we got Seth on scam, and I unfortunately do not have the second deck list, so I was just handed one.
Hello, we do. It is a digital submitted deck list, so I have it on my phone. Welcome back, everybody.
The future is now.
So we are seeing, looks like that was a Black Leafless into a Thoughtseize, so...
So are we like scam v scam, or is this like not?
no, this is Scam
Profane
versus
tutor?
Coffers.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm in.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a very interesting hand-hate related matchup.
Oh, so many cool loves. Oh, this is so cool. Wait, where did we lose life? Did I miss something?
Thoughtseize.
Oh, that was a C's. Okay.
Yep.
I thought we were just giffing. Okay. Sure.
And keeping the hand open, it seems, at the moment. Looks like they just played a swamp and passed.
I think it's just being nice.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be nice. We're in RCQ.
We have a Ragavan coming down. We're probably going to see
Is
this.
that a Kufers in hand? Or is that an Urborg? That's
I think,
Urborg.
yeah, that's the Urborg. And we're going to see a Cling to Dust, which I believe gains him, draws him a card because it's a non-creature.
Do we need it that bad?
I think it's important to get set up early.
No, wait. Oh, just for reuse?
Yeah.
Because, like, is this a scam deck, or does he not know? Like, I mean, or what can you assume if your opponent did this? Like, what
This
what do you
is there's no other deck besides Scam that
so
plays a
then
Ragavan and a
wouldn't
Thoughtseize.
you want to wait for...
I don't think so. I think you have enough tools in coffers that you don't necessarily need to be holding that for the scam effect. And I think the reason he kept it up is because his opponent didn't scam him on turn 1 or didn't do it second, so end
So
step.
assuming he doesn't have it, and it's
Yeah.
too clean to dust, so
Yeah.
okay.
He might have a second. I don't think I saw a second one, but it also has escape. So...
Because I'm dumb and I'm trying to see. What's the cheat for Profane? Are we just, like, actually casting it?
which one? Profane?
Profane Tutor?
I think you just suspend it. This deck has infinite time, right? The amount of life that the coffers that can gain is pretty insane. So I think they're okay with just suspending it to try and
So
find
this is kind
something.
of like the modern version of the green plan because, like, we have the Karn, so it's just like a Karn deck.
Yeah, so it is a Karn deck. It's got rings. I really like Virtue of Persistence. I think that's the new Eldraine enchantment that brings something back every turn and also shrinks something 3/3.
Yeah, no, Virtue is insane. Virtue is very, very good.
All right, we got a Bowmasters coming down to take out this Ragavan. Did we miss a land drop? I think we did. And we're going to see probably not that after all on the Ragavan here. And then this should be... We saw Shock come in here. So we're going to update that to 16.
No. He didn't miss a land drop. So he
No,
just
no.
played his third land.
Oh, I see. I got you. Yeah, you're right. And that is a Dalthy Voidwalker coming down. A really, really nasty card. Not so much in this matchup, I think, but
I
in
think it's just
general,
good
has
value,
just been a
period,
very
right?
good card.
I mean, what kill spells do we have? Sorry, I hate...
Yep, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we know we have Fatal Push. We know we have Virtue of Persistence.
Double ring in hand. We have push.
We have Dismember.
So
Yep.
it's, no, well, anyway, so in his hand
Yeah.
is double ring push and other
Yeah.
cards. So that's good to eat Vault with Dothy. So we take
Oh,
that.
we have a Judge coming out. Judge call. Probably just to clarify the ruling on Dalthy Voidwalker, what happens to this Fatal Push? Which is it actually is going to go to the graveyard.
It does. It should.
Because of destruction effects. Now, if it was damage, where damage is calculated after the spell resolves by state-based effects,
Alright.
the Lightning Bolt.
Are we going
Yeah,
to see
jeez.
our cute judge at all appear on camera?
Hopefully.
Cutie patootie.
Judge our judge today being Mr. Eric Morton.
Dog, do you not have tact? Wait for the judge to get there. Don't be yelling half across the room. Amateurs.
No, don't call him that.
He's gonna start yelling at the judge halfway across the room.
All right. Yeah. So clarifying it. Yep.
Obviously, all I'm joking.
Just goes in, and then yep, suspending a profane tutor.
But yes, as Devin was gonna say, just clarifying if it was just go to the graveyard, is it gonna remove the shadow counter or void counter
Not
or
everybody's.
dragon counter? I don't know what they are.
Not everybody's as up to date on magic rules as you, sir. Let's let Ragavan come in, jump in and block. Oh, he's gonna double block. Try and take it out here.
Brother.
Oh no.
Never.
I think that's
Never.
still fine. You bait out the Bowmasters here.
Yeah, but
Right. All it takes here now is like a damnation, right?
yeah, oh, and that might actually be the play, right? Like, we might have that, and most everybody. Well, we have a one ring, so we see land ring.
That will also do the trick. That tends to be good card.
No, we just drew a third ring. Oh, we have the land. We just have the land, and we just have 3 rings, though. Ring.
Probably, yeah. This is probably just going to be the one ring coming down.
His hand is ring. There is
Oh.
no other.
Glorious.
Look at his hand real quick.
Glorious. I love it.
There is no other choice.
He's
Oh,
passing.
no way.
He has Dismember too, doesn't he?
No, his hand is ring.
Well, that's really bad into Bowmasters.
The first one's free. And then your
Uh,
profane tutor goes off. And you just lost Karn.
Oh.
I don't
Yeah.
understand what the play is there, right? Like,
Well, we'll see. Oh, I did not mean to. That one. Getting here.
because now your opponent is going to cast the Karn, and now your rings are dead.
Oh, yeah, this is
What?
pretty bad.
What was, yeah,
Well, he's about to be able to go find anything he wants to.
Damnation probably is. He plays the one of Damnation.
He does have a
but-
1-up Damnation.
But imagine if we were ring protected.
Eh,
I don't know what he was thinking here.
he's checking his sideboard to see if there's any artifacts to pull. I love
I
it.
love it. Yeah, that I can't. Yeah.
Which it looks
No,
like
Chalice.
is Chalice and Engineered Explosives.
Interesting. This is bad.
We'll see. Oh, that was if he's field ruining. That's what he wants to do. He wants to generate more swamps. Because isn't that a Cabal Coffers there?
No, that's an Urborg, I'm pretty sure.
I
right?
think that's a
Oh, is
Cabal
that the Cabal
Coffers,
Coffers?
which is
Okay,
explains
so
why.
if that was the Coffers, then we couldn't play the
Yeah.
ring Herd.
That makes a lot more sense. It only generates 3 without Urborg.
Because he had a field. So he had Field of Ruins Coffers too. So he couldn't. You're right.
Yeah.
Herd. Okay. So now I feel bad because, I don't know my Universes Beyond cards.
So, my guess. Question is whether or not he has the additional swamp he needs here or not.
He doesn't. He literally has.
3
Three
rings.
one rings
Yeah.
in
So
hand.
my guess is he's probably going to grab an Urborg here.
So that's what the Urborg looks like. Okay. So the tower is a Cabal
Yeah.
Coffers. The swampy looking card
It's the Urborg.
is the Urborg.
It does make sense. Looks like he's grabbing. It looks like he grabbed Invoke Despair.
Can we cast
He
that?
must have a way.
Oh, no, that's important. Don't forget, invoke hit Planeswalkers.
It does.
Man,
It's pretty good.
pretty.
Oh, he's changing his mind.
But it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Because we have to be able to get that far. I don't think we can let this Ragavan hit too many more times.
It's not gonna. We have 4 fogs in hand.
That's very true. We do have
I'm
4
not,
cards.
yeah, like, without joking around, like, this is the position we're in. Like,
And then he needs to draw for turn here.
invoke Despair one time.
We got a Thoughtseize.
That's
Yep, and there's the
okay, so
Urborg.
that's the Urborg. That's the
So
activate.
that's adding
That's
5
make
here.
5.
So we're going to
Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize first for floating.
See, now I just feel bad for thinking why this didn't happen, and it's because it couldn't happen.
So judgmental.
I really am. I don't have all the information. I'm just dumb.
Alright, and then we are seeing that ring come down just to give the protection. Unfortunately, still can't be activated because of good old Karn.
So that's Bolt, a comeback spell, and
Yeah, so it's a not dead after all. I saw.
yeah, there's a Bolt that he just drew for turn and one unknown.
Yeah.
But I have the One Ring times 3.
Going up to 7 on that Karn, not targeting anything.
Can you please animate my One Ring?
An indestructible 4/4 is pretty good.
What that card? Is that Bowmasters?
That's a Bowmasters.
Whoop.
Like they're gonna come down, shoot a Bowmasters, double block a Ragavan.
You
My
wanna get
goal here.
bolted?
Well, I mean, there's only so much you can do here. But at least it's gonna take out a Bowmasters, I think.
Bowmasters trigger.
Yep. Oh, you might want to make use of this not that after all instead. Right? Save your bolt. Oh, you pinged the army. Interesting. I actually like that. I'm blocking here.
Can we move that token out of your graveyard? My homie in arms.
Huh?
Tokens in the graveyard.
What's in the graveyard? Oh, the army. Oh, Undying Evil on, so that was the last card, was another bring back spell.
So 2 bring back spells.
Yep. And then it's going to generate another army. Right?
It should.
Should.
Do you
Alright.
want to go? It's on May.
It's on them. So coffers adding 5, playing another One Ring for the protection and passing. We're seeing a fetch here to 15. We have, man, another not dead after all. These creatures are sticking around. For sure.
So he's side for EE.
He is grabbing an EE here. I'm wondering, if it's just for the extra card at this point. I think it's just in case something comes down that he needs to answer. And it's going to be passed back. We appear to be having technical difficulties.
We will be right back. Excuse us hitting that.
Hero, 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 hero. I wanna be a hero, hero. Oh, the hero comes, I can hear the drums and a horse is drawn to the kingdom come through the pale moonlight. Our hearts ignite to the call. Oh, claim your prize for a crown of stars in the name of love. Be the nerves, time to get 'em on. Living life for the next drop. Big boy nerves, time to get 'em on. Living life for the next drop.
like that.
Hello and welcome back, Magic players. We are here for round 5 of the hashtag RCQ. Ran into a little bit of camera trouble, but we have that all resolved, and we are back, ready to rock and watch some Magic. Let me get these life totals updated. We are at 20 and 20. Nobody's starting at some kind of deficit here. But we have a bit of a similar matchup as we were seeing before. We do have Scam versus Cabal Coffers, a popular choice lately. Both decks that are capable of interacting well with 4-color, particularly Cabal Coffers being a good choice into the Cascade Beans meta a little bit, as well as having a good fair game against Scam. But both these decks are really trying to attack the hands, and really just kind of whittle down on resources, play a resource game here. Obviously, Cabal Coffers going a little bit bigger. This game really kind of focusing on the efficiency. I'm already seeing something very interesting from Scam. We are seeing the new card from Ixalan, Molten Collapse. That is basically a Dreadbore with the added benefit that if a permanent has entered your graveyard this turn, you can also destroy something that costs 1 or less that is a non-creature, non-land. Or non-creature, non-planeswalker. It destroys things that cost 1. A very good card, and we've seen some testing on it, but we are seeing a Ragavan come down on turn 1 here, and we are seeing a response with an immediate Fatal Push. Our 2 players today, we have, this is going to be Becht on the Cabal Coffers here on the left. We have Seth, once again appearing on coverage, appearing on the right here with his Scam list. Some other notable interesting things, we do have a main board Sheoldred within the Scam list right now, mostly to defeat those Cascade Beans lists. And on the interesting, we have a Talisman of Hierarchy, and let's see, Bloodchief's Thirst coming in, showing in as a Planeswalker removal spell. One Ring, Sheoldred, and Karn. A lot of the one-offs that we saw in an earlier list not being present here for more consistency, it appears. Alright, we do have a Dothi Voidwalker coming down here, likely with a shock. We're going to take that 2 down here, and this is going to be a Dothi coming in for 3. Unless we see a removal spell. Let's expect this considering, and we are going to see a March of Wretched Sorrow, likely paying 1 and exiling a black card to get the additional damage out. We might be doing 3. So we did get an exiled black card, and then 2. So this is going to be a net positive of 3. The camera is remarkably shaky. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try and adjust that after this game. We do have a Fable coming down. And then a Bloodstained Mire coming out on the Cabal Coffer side. Which is a 1 of 2. I suppose just shuffle the deck. Unless we have 2 coming in from the Goblin. Nope. Looks like that's been rescinded. We are, okay, yeah, swinging with the Goblin for 2. We're going to see a Bowmasters come down instead, dealing 1 damage to the Goblin, and then likely blocking with the army to finish it off. Yep. We'll be right back in just 1 moment. I'm going to see if we can fix this. There we go. That is much better. Now we can see all the action going on there. So Grief came down off the treasure. I imagine likely took 3 from the Grief on the attack here. Moving down to 20. Okay, it's going to be 1 damage coming in from the Bowmaster attack. We are going to get a resolved and flipped Fable as we move to Scan Player's main phase. Looks like the monoblock player considering during the main phase. Looks like they're discussing when exactly this Fable is flipping, timing-wise, where it occurs. So that's going to activate the Fable. Targeting his Grief. I'm a little bit confused. Alright, so we're going to see a March come down for a lot of mana, actually. And we are going to see an Undying Evil targeting it, which is fine. He's still going to gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dealing 7 damage to the Grief. And then it'll come back and take a card. So, back up to 7. And then, yeah, revealing a Swamp as the last card in hand for that Grief to not be able to take. Playing land tapped and passing back to the Cabal Coffers player. Bit of trouble needing some gas here. Oop, playing a Swamp, passing back the turn. This Resolve Fable is going to prove to be a very big problem. Just with the ability to take things during Vex draw step with that Fable activation. But we are going to see a swing in here with Grief for 4. Considering, I'm unsure what the 1 card in his hand is. See if he has an option to try and take care of this, but he's likely playing around another potential remove spell. Oh, we're going to see another March of Wretched Sorrow coming in on that Grief. Now this Cabal Coffer's generating 6, 7, 8, 9, so this is for 8 total damage on the Grief, gaining him 8 life. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Back up to 35 here. Very healthy left alone. We're going to see another Grief come down. Does not have the land to activate to be able to check during Vex draw step, though, which is very important. We're going to see an activation of Cabal Coffers for 6. We're going to see a Karn the Great Creator with 2 mana floating. Exactly the type of card they want to see here. Looking at his board, a couple options. There is a Noxious Gear Hulk, which I'm a big fan of. Summoning Titan, 1 ring. We're likely going to be seeing a ring come down if I had to guess. But there's also Filigrecytics, Liquid Metal Coating, and Snaring Bridge, which might also be a good option. Make sure that all those creatures can attack, but it looks like it's going to be the ring coming down. Tapping to draw a card there. Since he has protection, he is safe from any kind of hand targeting effects for at least 1 round. Looks like in Seth's hand we have a Bolt, a Molten Collapse, and a Grief. It appears to be. Likely this bolt coming down on Karn, or perhaps the Molten Collapse. This is the way to clear it out. It's going to be the bolt. Taking down that Karn, making sure he can't get any additional value out of it. And Shang choosing to hold on to this Molten Collapse here, just in case there's another one. I see another. He's considering. Oh, he's going to pass back. Yep, and then likely indicating that he's planning to do something on draw step. Or is Fable only? Yep, there we go. We're going to see the Fable. Take a look. It's revealed 2 Field of Ruin effects. Again, kind of a whiff on the grief copy there. But it is a dangerous situation to be in with on-demand griefs. But now we are going to see that additional 2 cards drawn, and he did lose a life from his ring, putting him at 34 currently. We're going to see that Field of Ruin come down. In this matchup being a little bit less effective given the limited number of colors. Much better against those Cascade Beans deck. Really trying to shut out the Leyline Bindings. But we are going to see it activated just to get the additional Swamp. Additional mana on the activation of Cabal Coffers. Looks like he possibly drew another ring as well, which is very good position for him to be in, resetting that ring, even though he's at a very healthy life total off those marches. We're going to see likely a Cabal Coffers activation. But he's choosing instead to play. Oh. I believe that is a card I am unfamiliar with. I think that is the new 2 mana removal spell. Kills anything at the cost of 3 life or discarding a card. If I'm correct. Let me double check the list real quick. I believe, yes, Bitter Triumph. A 2/of. New card from Ixalan. 2 mana, I believe. Sorcery, kill a creature or planeswalker at the cost of sacrificing a creature. Yep, and another grief coming down, taking away that other ring, and swinging in for 3 with this grief. And set passing back to back, we have the ring, untapping, dealing 2 damage from the burden counters. Yep, and then we're going to go to 3, drawing 3 additional cards. Looks like we got another Karn the Great Creator, a Knight's Whisper, and another field effect, I believe that being Demolition Field. You see Cabal Coffers activating for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 black mana. Really just showing the over-the-top potential of this deck. He's going to have 4 floating, or 8 floating currently, likely going to move to play an additional Karn. Moving down to 4, and likely almost immediately minusing this Karn to grab something. Some of the options I think he's considering, definitely a Ensnaring Bridge is one of the cards I think he wants to lean towards. But he's actually grabbing a Noxious Gear Hulk. A fan favorite card of mine. Comes down, has Death Touch, kills something and gains you life equal to its power, I believe. It might be toughness. Let me get a double check on that just so I can try and stay as accurate as possible. But awesome card that came out of Kaladesh. I did not see anywhere near as much play as I'd hoped, but I do remember there was a really awesome blue-black control deck back in Standard. Played 2 Gear Hulks and 1 Noxious Gear Hulk. For during Kaladesh era where they did not have good artifact removal. We didn't get it until Braid, an Hour of Devastation, which really fundamentally changed the format, finally giving us good answers to some of these artifact threats. We're going to see a card come down to Oakish Bowmasters, likely going to ping that grief and blocking twice, and that is going to be a concession coming from Seth here, knowing that he is no longer really in a great position to win, with this ring just going to run away with the game here. Alright, we're going to reset, take a look at some of these sideboarding options that are going to help these players as we move into Game 2 of Round 5. So looking at this, we do have not a lot really in Seth's board to really prepare him for this. Arguably 2 Blood Moons to maybe slow down that deck a little bit, but fundamentally doesn't do a whole lot when their game plan is really to stall out and really just get to the point of the game where they have lots of mana. Whereas on the opposite side here, due to it being a Karn board, there's not a whole lot they can bring in. But you might see the Tormod script come into the main. This was possibly possibly a duress if he feels that there are more need to peel cards from their hands that are the non-creature threats from Scam, but there aren't a ton of those. Notably, there is a Shadow of Doubt in Becht's sideboard that likely used for any of those tutoring decks like Titan. Really shuts them down, at least for a turn. It can really be devastating when they go to cast a Summoner's Pact and don't get their key piece and then have to pay for it after. Looks like we are seeing some sideboarding action. See if we can get a look into some of their decision making. Normally scam cutting some of their scam cards as they become less effective. We're going to see. Looks like he's trying to trim 5 cards here. Looks like we turned some lightning bolts on Seth's side. We are seeing a couple adjustments from cards that were pulled from the Karn board, making sure that everything's aligned. It's like a bit of a tricky component of working with any deck that involves Karn the Great Creator, making sure you put all your cards from your sideboard back where they belong in between each round. I know I've seen a game loss or two as a result of that, or at least some warnings for correction of having an improper sideboarded deck list or presented an invalid deck. And it can really hinder you if you accidentally leave something that you really needed to grab. So definitely a key point of discipline for learning those Karn decks. Looks like some reevaluation on the sideboard plan. It looks like some Furies came out as well. Likely bringing in either Blood Moons, Shieldreds, additional threats, possibly Bone Crusher Giant is just a body that is difficult to interact with. Also, with the ability to get around the ring, you can hit yourself to be able to push through that ring protection, since damage can no longer be prevented. A trick that I know that some burn players I'm aware of have been testing to mixed results, from my understanding. But looks like Seth is going to be on the play in this match, but players evaluating their hands. Looks like we're seeing a pretty land-heavy hand there from Seth, opting to take the mulligan here. Beck's looking to keep his hand. Right, hoping for a better 7. Let's take a look. We are seeing some Ragavans, 2 lands, Molten Collapse. Looks like a Void Walker and a Not Dead After All, it appears. Likely just shipping the extra Ragavan, possibly, or the Not Dead After All to try and get a pressure piece. So giving it a hard consideration. He's gonna opt to ship it back again, going down to 5 here. And we did see there was Bone Crusher Giant in there, so he did opt to bring those in on that shuffle. Bone Crusher from original Eldraine still continuing to be adventure cards in general, a gift that keep giving. Keep seeing them pop up. But a little bit less so from the new Eldraine, only really Mosswood Treadwright being kind of the big showcase card in formats like Standard, and popping up occasionally in Pioneer. Okay, taking a look at this hand, looks like there is a lot of undying effects in that hand, opting to ship 2 cards back. We have 5er with a Voidwalker, Scam card, and 3 lands, it appears. It's going to be a Blood Crypt tap, and we're off to the races. Lands come down for both players, pass them back. Not a whole lot of action so far, but we are going to see a shock come down. Playing that Dothy Voidwalker that we were discussing. I don't know how effective it is in this matchup. A lot of the removal does not let it be exiled yet. We're going to see a Bloodthirst Chief come down, taking care of that cleanly. We're going to see another land. And another Dothy Voidwalker, this time with the Scam card backup, to hopefully keep it alive for a little bit longer. We are going to see the coffers come down already. Broken coffers together. Not a good sign to see this early if you're in the scam seat here. Looks like the draw was another land. We're going to see a swing for 3. It's going to attempt to march, and then we are going to see the Undying Evil come back. So he will gain the 2 damage from that. Or gain the 2 life from that, mitigating the damage from the Dothy Voidwalker. But the Dothy Voidwalker coming back with a +1/+1 counter now. You see the land come down. And this Cabal Coffer is now producing 5 mana on turn 4 for them. We are going to see their 1 ring come down and immediately drawing an additional card. I believe I also saw a Shieldred in his hand, which is not boding well for our scam player here, running low on resources with that Mold of 5. Oh, playing a Shieldred as well. Probably the best card he could have drawn into that ring. And also notably tapping his fetch land for black into the opponent's Overburg. I love that little trick. Draw, that's going to be a loss of 2 life, as well as 1 from the ring, due to the Shieldred. So we are looking at his own Shieldred as well as a Karn. Okay, we're going to see Cabal Coffer's activation for 5 here. We are also going to see another Shieldred come down. So these players are going to be deadlocked on Shieldreds. And we are going to see the ring activation where they stay neutral overall from drawing 2, losing 2, and gaining 2 for each card. I do see an additional Blood Chief's Thirst, which unfortunately he doesn't have enough to kick to kill the Shieldred. However, he is going to use it to try and take out that Dothy Voidwalker. Oh, cracking a fetch to search, so he's going to lose 1 there. Grabbing another Blood Crypt. Hoping not to draw an additional land, but this is going to be a very tough position for Seth to grind himself out of, with that ring being active and not having a clean answer. Looks like that the draw was a Bowmasters? No, it was a Thoughtseizes. It's going to be an additional 2 life. Likely going to be taking this card, trying to mitigate some of this advantage. But as the longer this ring goes on, the worse it's going to get for Seth here. And we're going to see that Bowmasters come down, pinging for 1. Just to build the additional clock. And we're going to untap. Deck's going to lose 2 from this ring trigger. And gain 2 and lose 2 from the draw due to double Sheoldreds. And now an additional Cabal Coffers. It's going to be a lot of mana. So that one is going to be generating 6. Going down to 4 and then generating additional 6 up to 10 total mana floating. And we are going to see a card come down with 6 floating. It was a great draw off that ring. It's in a very, very strong position. Likely grabbing the Noxious Cure Hulk to take out the Sheoldred and really push for the game. Or a Sundering Titan, even scarier. We got a Sundering Titan come down. It's going to take out. Yep, and that is going to be a concession. Alright, well, congratulations to Becht on a rather swift victory for Cabal Coffers. Normally the deck takes a little bit longer. With that unfortunate multi-5 kind of clinching the game. I think just being behind on the resources, Scam really needs to try and go par for par, and cards like the Ring are really going to devastate that without the interaction. But we will be back for round 6. So stay tuned. It should be in about 30 minutes. Other than that, this is Devin. We're at Hashtag Gaming Arena's RCQ, and we'll see you shortly.
Hero, hero. Hero, hero. Hero, hero. I wanna be a hero, hero. Oh, the hero comes, I can hear the drums and a horse is drawn to the kingdom come through the pale moonlight. Our hearts ignite to the call. Oh, claim your prize for a crown of stars in the name of love. Be the sacrifice. You and I will stand and fight. Our backs to the wall.
Pegboard nerds trying to get them more. Living life for the next drop. Pegboard nerds trying to get them more. Living life for the next drop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hashtag Gaming Arena. We have up here Joseph on Tron. We have Bradley on. This looks like Scam. Once again, lots of Scam represented at this tournament. I know it is probably the highest play percentage deck in the format, particularly online, but we are kind of seeing some of those results merge into paper. So it's been interesting to see how the format has warped in its favor. A lot of people talking about potential bans, but it's really hard to pinpoint a card to hit in this deck just because it is so remarkably efficient across the board. The most discussed card probably being Grief, and a continuing conversation around the Evoke Elementals. Now, as far as interesting choices, looking over this, it looks like we are looking at something pretty stock on both sides. However, Bradley has a couple interesting things that I would like to see hopefully showcase, one of which being a singular copy of Mount Doom. It's a way to close out the game. It's a land that deals 1 damage to when you use it, however, can also activate to deal damage to an opponent. So there are 2 copies of Kolaghan's Command, something that we haven't seen a whole lot of in recent scam lists, kind of being opted to switch for Dreadpores or the new Molten Collapse. Looking at the Tron list we have here, for the most part pretty standard, only down to 1 Karn Liberated and 3 mainboard Dismember. As a way to kind of get some of that early interaction, as well as a Talisman of Resilience, it's an extra little ramp piece. And of course, featuring the suite of Tron lands, 1 Rings, Karn Great Creator, as well as some number of Wormcoil Engines and Ulamogs. We'll go over the sideboards a little bit more when we get closer to round 1, but our players are shuffling up, making their mulligan decisions, and have been given their appropriate time extension. But this is going to be the 6th and final round of Swiss here, the Hashtag Gaming Arena Regional Championship Qualifier, as players fight for their spot in top 8. This is a win and in for both players. If either players win, they should be guaranteed for a slot within the top 8. With most of the tables actually playing due to some very weird draws that happened in some of the earlier rounds, with those players being successful pushing through towards the victory line despite the early draws. Joe shuffling up. I'm unsure if this is a mulligan that's being taken. My guess is yes. Tron kind of notable for mulliganing rather well versus what seems to be a full-on keep from Bradley here. So that is taking a look at a different 7, hoping for the best here. Looks like Joe is making his determinations of what to keep versus what he is willing to mulligan, so it looks like he is probably considering the hand. Oh, was that a mulligan to 4? It looked like 3 cards going back. Yeah, that was a mull to 4. We have a Ragavan coming down turn 1, probably one of the better cards to land against Tron early, since they don't have a lot of clean ways to interact with it. But we are going to see this Relic of Progenitus coming down. A little bit of early graveyard pressure. Get the monkey coming in. Joe taking 2. And exiling a Dismember off the top, which I don't think is going to be very useful right now. But it is going to put Bradley a little bit ahead on mana, funnily enough, against the ramp deck. Likely, ideally, probably wanting to play a Fable Hero off that treasure, but we will see. Notably, a lot of the scam decks have moved away from the mainboard Blood Moons, which used to be a very, very common thing. We are instead going to see a Dothi Voidwalker come down as additional clock, and we are going to see that Polluted Delta exiled by the Relic. End of turn. So we're seeing a lot of lands here on Joe's side, and a lot of green lands, notably not Tron lands, but we're going to see that Sylvan Scrying come out, likely finding a mine or a power plant. We are going to see the mine come down, and the Sylvan Scrying being exiled by the Dothi Voidwalker. Notably, Bradley should be at 19 from fetching for that swamp earlier. Now moving into his third turn, drawing a card. And there's going to be a swing for 5. Bring Joe down to 13, as well as getting the additional treasure off the Ragavan hit. Not seeing what was exiled there. We are going to see a Grief come down, revealing the hand, taking away that much needed 1 ring from Joe. Also getting put into exile. Joe asking to read Dothy Voidwalker real quick. Oh, it should be tapped still from the attack. Alright, here's the Joe drawing for the turn. Drawing another 1 ring. She will be able to hopefully cast next turn unless this Grief comes down, but this is a lot of pressure coming in for a total of 8 damage on this swing, bringing Joe down to 5. Interesting enough, Bradley opting not to cast the 1 ring, knowing that the clock is more important in this matchup. And Bradley once again another treasure off this Ragavan. You can see that 4th land come down. We're going to see a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, just adding more to that clock there. Yep. Joe opting to crack the relic here, exiling the graveyards in order to draw a card. Notably, it exiles itself, so it will not be put under Dothy Voidwalker. We found an Ancient Stirrings as well as a Dismember, neither of which are really going to be clutching this out. However, being able to slam that 1 ring is going to give Joe a little bit of extra time here. He is going to go ahead and activate it to take the card. Let's see, untap. Unfortunately, Bradley getting stuck in a little bit of a standstill here, but that Fable hopefully being able to dig him out. Towards an answer for this. He's going to discard 1 and draw 1. Let's see if he's going to choose to activate this Dothy. And he is. He's going to cast his own 1 ring that he took earlier from Joe off that Grief, giving him protection from the turn as well. Going to untap. He is going to lose 1 from that 1 ring trigger. Draw his card. Looks like he got another Tron land, but I believe it is another tower. It's not exactly what they're looking for. There is a Karn, the Great Creator, in his hand. Not sure what he could grab to get him out of the situation. He really does need to get that power plant online. Oh, he is going to opt to take the 2 additional cards here, trying to dig for that mine. Cast the Stirrings a little bit further. Looks like there is, yep. Oh, the power plant, sorry. He has the mine. He has found the power plant. And what he could likely do is play this card and grab an Ensnaring Bridge. But I don't know if that protects him from everything that's coming his way. I need to find something else. Oh, he's got the O-Stone. What a wonderful draw there. Really going to clean up a lot of this extra with the ability to activate it. We're going to see Bradley draw a card here off this 1 ring. He's going to bolt Joe down to 1. which means that the one ring, unless he can do something about it, is going to take him out at the beginning of his turn. Bradley taking one from his own one ring here. That is a flipped Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Going to move to combat. We are going to see that O-Stone activation, which I believe is going to destroy everything, which means that these one rings do in fact stick around. Because they are, for some reason, indestructible. Get flavor-wise, it makes sense, but it does make this a little bit more difficult, because they do tend to linger. We are going to see a Thoughtseize come down. See 3 Karn the Great Creators and a Dismember. We're going to see one of those Karns go away. Are they taking an additional 2? And we are going to see another Fable come down as well. See Joe, untap, taking 2 from that ring. Seeing if there's anything he can do in response to that trigger that would otherwise kill him. I think the answer is no, and that is going to be the concession. We are going to move on to game 2. So, moving to the sideboards, we have a couple options here from both players. Bradley opting to obviously bring in the 3 Blood Moons that really do just make this matchup buy you a lot of time against these Tron decks, or otherwise just trying to play things that are impossible to deal with, like Ulamog and Worm Portal Engine. Notably, there's also a Pithing Needle in there that we might see come in just to name the cards, make sure that the toolbox gets shut off. There's also an argument for maybe Shieldred. Rings do draw a lot of cards, and the most important resource really for Tron is its life total as it closes towards the end of the game. Knowing that I've seen many a Tron player die by their own ring from burn damage prior to that. So on Joe's side, we do have, aside from the ordinary Karn board, notably there's not a whole lot to bring in here. There's arguably the Boseiju we will probably see just to deal with these Blood Moons a little bit. There's an argument maybe for Chalice of the Void, but it usually is saved in reserve for the sideboard on these Karns. But it is possible we could see that just to deal with things like Recommend Pith and Needle a little bit earlier, getting them down on 1 off of a green source, just depending. As well, we might see some Haywire Mites come in. These usually come in off the main board. Just be able to make sure that, yeah, those Blood Moons get taken care of, because we all know to expect them for on Tron. But shuffling up, Mulligan to 4 being kind of a tough situation to be in against Scam. Notably, one of the better hand hate decks and hand interaction decks of the format. Well, we'll see how this plays out. Interesting little pyramid of card shuffling going on up there. Getting in piles of 10 to make sure there are 60 cards would be my guess. Interesting enough, not seeing a ton of extra targeted cards in the Tron sideboard, knowing that Scam is as popular as it is. There's some curious decisions whether to dodge or just face it head on. Tron obviously, you know, sticking a threat or 2 against Scam is usually going to close the game, but as well, Dothy Voidwalker really being able to steal some of those key threats off a good Thoughtseize or a Grief is really going to kind of clinch the game in Scam's favor. Probably a difficult matchup for Tron. Mostly off the back of those Dothy Voidwalkers. I still would like to see a Mount Doom kill at some point. I don't know if we're going to get that far. Both players drawing their 7 for this game 2. Hopefully we can keep some full hands this time. Looks like Joe is opting to mulligan once again. A little dice to mark the number of times that has happened, just to verify. Bradley clutching his hat, making a difficult decision, it seems like. Joe notably being on the play of this game, which is usually in Tron's favor. Alright, Joe hoping for a better 6, redrawing again. Looks like a lot of Tron lands, as well as an O-Stone. Looks like he's deciding to keep it. Alright, we're going to see that Tron land come down on turn 1. And a Relic of Progenitus once again. Sometimes a very key card in this matchup to prevent some of those early scams, as long as it doesn't happen on turn 1. Keep it open to help prevent some of that. But we are going to see a Shock and a Ragavan once again. Kind of the bane of Tron's existence at the moment. We are going to see that tower come down. And a pass. The fetch lane coming down here. And we are going to see that monkey come through. We are going to see a Dismember coming down, paying the 4 life, making sure that doesn't connect. But we'll see if there is a reaction to save the monkey here, depending if he has enough not dead after all. But it looks like he's going to let it go. And we're going to see a fetch come through. Likely grabbing a swamp to prepare for any potential blood moons. Joe wisely taking out that Ragavan just on the off chance he does have the blood moon there, which would be absolutely devastating. Turn 2 blood moon against Tron off the treasure there. So likely a very safe call. We are going to see a Fury come down here. He's going to attempt to cast a Not Dead after all for an Undying Evil. In response, we're going to see that Relic crack to exile thing. Then we are going to see a Grief come down as well. And looking at the hand here, it looks like there's a Dismember and an O-Stone, but no Mine this time in hand. We are going to take that Dismember. And likely we are going to see another scam. Bringing that Grief back in as a 4/3. And taking the Oblivion Stone as well. But I believe that does leave Bradley out of cards. Probably hoping to ride the back of this Grief to close out the game. So trying for turn, playing his Forest, and passing. We're going to swing for 4 from that Grief, bring Joe down to 12. Bradley with 1 card in hand. And it's a Dothy Voidwalker coming down. It looks like we have seen more power plants coming in. 1 more draw. We have a swing for 7. Joe down to 5. And playing that swamp. True for turn. Do have a Haywire Might. It's unfortunately unable to block these things. However, it can eat the aura, right? Gain 2, put him up to 7, and then him only now taking 6 from the grief, losing the +1/+1. Bringing Joe down to 1. Drawing card. There's a map, and that's not going to do it. Bradley winning his win and in, proceeding to the top 8, and unfortunately knocking Joe out. But that is unfortunately how the cookie crumbles. That double scam turn really kind of being the clincher, using the Fury to bait out the relic activation so you can resolve that grief and take the relevant cards from Joe's hand there. Had he been able to resolve that O-Stone, we probably would have been looking at a very different game. But, you know, understanding the key timing of when to activate the scam abilities, or not scam abilities, but being able to scam in a grief or a Fury, really being kind of the big bridge point of a good scam player. We will be proceeding after this to our top 8, which we may or may not have coverage for, depending on how people decide to break out the ties. This is a 2-slot qualifier, so if players decide to split, and if people aren't interested in going to Denver, we may or may not get a couple of matches, depending. But we will keep you updated in that regard as we proceed to the finals of this regional championship qualifier. This is Devin from #Gaming Arena, signing off for now, likely rejoining you in 30 minutes to give an update regarding the top 8.
Hero, hero. Hero, hero. Hero, hero. I wanna be a hero, hero. Oh, the hero comes, I can hear the drums and a horse is drawn to the kingdom come through the pale moonlight. My heart's ignite to the call. Oh, claim your prize for a crown of stars in the name of love. Be the sacrifice. You and I will stand and fight our backs to the wall.
nerves, time to get 'em on. Living life for the next drop. Big boy nerves, time to get 'em on. Living life for the next drop.
Hello, Magic players. We are returning from our regional championship qualifier for our top 8 game play. The players have opted for a full prize support split, so they will mainly be playing for the invite. There will be 2 of those. We will get at least 1 more round of coverage here, and then depending on how players decide whether they want to forfeit their prize support, go to the players' invites for the next round, will determine whether we are doing another round. But we are at least here for 1 more round of Magic. We have 2 players returning to the stage. I believe it was James and Jack here, both of which I believe have been on coverage earlier today. This should be Hammer Time versus, if I remember correctly, so I have not collected deck lists, but I want to say it was Beans, if I remember correctly. We'll find out very shortly. Let me make sure we get our life totals updated here. Fresh start, moving into round 1. Alright, and players are off to the races. We have a, wow, that is an incredibly shiny Plains. Coming down with a Sigarda's Aid, matched by a singular fetch land, which he is now cracked, to go down to 19, likely grabbing a Triome to turn on those Leyline bindings. But we do have an Esper Sentinel and an Ink Moth Nexus on the Hammer side. Both very, very disruptive cards. That Esper Sentinel almost always drawing at least card while biting removal. But also having some pretty hilarious interactions with Colossus Hammer on him, making your opponent pay 11 or drawing a card when playing non-creature spells. So yeah, we did see the Ragon Triome come out, and it looks like we are in fact on Cascade Beans. I do see the Up the Beanstalk in hand, with the Teferi coming into hand there. We are going to see an Up the Beanstalk come down, drawing a card for both players here. Oh, and we are going to see an attempt at putting a Colossus Hammer down, attaching to this Esper Sentinel here. And it looks like it's going to resolve. No Solitude in hand. This could be a very hefty chunk of damage, depending on how this goes up. We're going to see the Arid Mesa come down. Two mana. We're going to see a Stoneforge Mystic. Like it's switching up for another hammer or potentially either Shadow Spear, but it is going to be another hammer. Cracking the fetch down to 19 here. Grabbing a Hollowed Fountain to an additional -2 down to 17. This is going to be a swing for 11. Oh, and he is going to play another Esper Sentinel, so that is going to bring Cascade Beans player down to 8. The fetch line coming down. Passing the turn, it looked like. We're going to see the planes come down and an animated Ink Moth Nexus. We're going to swing for both the 11 power Esper Sentinel, swing also with the Stoneforge Mystic and the Ink Moth, really trying to force out a bait on these removal spells Cascade player might have. We are getting the Zagoth Triome tapped, which is going to enable those 1 mana Leyline bindings. He might try to cast one of those and hopefully pull himself out of this with possibly a Solitude Evoke as well to replace itself with Up the Beanstalk. It's really going to be digging for answers here, I think. We are going to see the Leyline Binding come down, which is going to trigger both Esper Sentinels, drawing 2 additional cards for our Hammer player, but drawing 1 card for the Cascade Beans player as well. Oh, paying... Looks like he was paying the 1 to stop one of the draws there, and this is going to be targeting that Esper Sentinel. We are going to see another Hammer come down. We'll have to see where this Cigar de trigger goes. It's going to attempt to touch the Inkmoth Nexus. We are going to see an Evoked Solitude, pitching the Teferi, which is also going to draw him an additional card, giving our Hammer player 1 life as this Hammer enters, no longer having a valid target. And the Esper Sentinel is going to be tucked by that Leyline Binding. But 1 damage is going to go through with that Stoneforge Mystic, bringing him down to 6. Our Judge Eric Morton making a small appearance in the face cam there. Let's see, another plane's coming down, giving access to 2 possible Leyline Bindings being cast, but we are going to see likely a Teferi coming down here. Oh, a Shardless Agent. Moving into another Up the Beanstalks for an additional cantrip, but likely drawing an additional card as well for the Hammer player. These Esper Sentinels really putting in the work here, getting those additional cards, giving it the fighting power to keep on pace with these bean stacks. Hammer player looking through some of the things that have been revealed just to see if there's anything out of the ordinary or what is likely not coming up anytime soon. Usually keeping account of cards like Solitude and Fury in these types of situations. Oh, and we're going to see a Shadow Spear come down. Flash attaching to the Esper Sentinel. Going to untap. Notably, we did not see a Fury, which I think would have been the ideal card here. But we are going to see a jam in for 3 damage. Going to block the Stoneforge Mystic and take the 2. But we are seeing a 3rd Hammer come down. Question is, where is it going to go? We're going to see a Leyline Binding come down, targeting the Esper Sentinel. Just going to draw our Hammer player an additional card. See if we'll see a Surge of Salvation to protect it. Nope. It is going to take the Sentinel. And then the Stoneforge is going to die. We are going to see another Stoneforge Mystic. Really just keeping up the consistency. Those Esper Sentinels drawing, I think, a total of 5 extra cards during the course of this game. Oh, it looks like the reality chip has been picked up. Really gonna also try and, combat the draw power that these Beanstalk engines are generating. Not coming down just yet. But we do have 3 hammers out there, 1 Pure Steel Paladin away from really being to suit up a creature and go to town. But we'll see what our Cascade Beans player is going to play here. Likely an Omnath? Yes. Omnath coming down, drawing an additional card. It looked like he drew a Solitude, which puts him in a good position to possibly turn this game around, particularly with it drawing 2 on the next cast. The question is whether we're going to see like a land here, perhaps. We're going to see the fetch line come down, which is going to be a net positive of 2 life. Oh, 3 life, I should say, for now, unless this is a shock land coming in which case it'll be an additional 1. Okay. So we are going up to 7, gaining 4 but taking 3, and generating 4 mana, one of each of Omnath's colors. We're going to see a Teferi come down off that extra mana. And I think the interesting situation with seeing uptick here is we avoid those instant speed hammers. Bouncing a Stoneforge doesn't really seem like a very productive play. However, you could bounce the Sigarda's Aid if you're looking to just dig additional cards. But he's going to opt to tick up here and then use a Fire with the remaining mana to take out the Stoneforge Mystic. And jam for 2 with that Shardless Agent. Bring a Hammer player down to 16. Draw from the Hammer player. Still only on 3 lands compared to the 5, missing a couple land drops there, despite the extra cards drawn from the Sentinels. We are going to see, that looks like a Giver of Runes come down. And the Reality Chip as well. Notably, yep, attaching the Reality Chip to the Giver of Runes and being able to take a look at the top card and play cards off the top. It looks like it is not a land, and we are still missing that key land drop that we're trying to get to. Really kind of swinging the tempo in Cascade Bean's favor here. Our Cascade player giving some severe thought to some of the things to be done here. It looks like he is going to opt to hardcast a Solitude, drawing 2 cards, and exiling the Giver of Runes, gaining our opponent 1 life off that power. The Rally Chip does not contribute any power and toughness. And we are going to see, minusing the Teferi to return the Solitude to hand and bounce it, really pushing that additional advantage. We'll likely also see a swing with the Omnath, just to pressure a little bit more damage. And we are going to see the land generating an additional 4 life. But we'll likely see, a tapped land, so it is only a positive of 3 here. But also, again, generating that 4 additional mana. I wonder if we'll see like a, yep, there it is, a Bloodbraid Elf going into another, oh wow, 2 Bloodbraids off the top going to the bottom, but we are going to get that 3rd up the Beanstalk, really just pushing an insane amount of card advantage from here on out for all those Folk Elementals, one of which we know being a Solitude in his hand currently. We are going to see a full swing, whole team going in. Total of 9 damage being represented here. Reality Chip likely, I believe it is a 0-4, so it could block this Bloodbraid Elf, pushing in a total of 6 damage through. Looks like there was no blocks there, so it is going to be the full 9. And our Hammer player down to 8. Our player considering his options here. Knowing his opponent has a Solitude, it puts him in a very tricky situation, and only really having one possible threat. We're going to see a Stoneforge come down, likely opting to find that 4th hammer, but still not really providing, you know, a solution to the problem in front of him with this Solitude, drawing 3 cards, taking out his best creature, and leaving him very vulnerable to the back crack here coming from these Cascaders and an Omnath. player still deep in the tank here, trying to figure out if there is a way to escape his impending situation. He's not going to opt to cast a second Sigarda's Aid, giving him the ability to target both of his creatures to save them. However, he's still just shy on those lands that he needs, and he unfortunately does not have the life total to really spare any of those creatures. We are going to see, once again, a fetch bringing him up 4, down 1 by the fetch land, and then depending on what he grabs here, changing his life total. Once again, it looks like he's just going to grab the tap Hallowed Fountain there, keeping his life total a very healthy 13. We are going to see, with that 4 extra mana, we are going to probably see the Solitude come down once again. Yep, Solitude coming down. Drawing 3 cards off these up the beanstalks, an absolutely insane amount of advantage, and exiling that Stoneforge Mystic. My guess is we will likely see an Ice come out to possibly tap down this Reality Chip. Nope, he's going to toss the Reality Chip in front of the Blood Red Elf. Dealing 6 damage, bringing him down to 2, and we could maybe see a Fire come out to finish off those last couple of points of damage. But we're going to see a Teferi replacement here. I might have our life total slightly incorrect. Draw an additional card. Alright, moving back to the Hammer players here, and it looks like he might not be at 2 after all. We're not seeing this Fire Ice come out to close out the game, so... Teferi keeping those instant speed hammers kind of on a lockdown here. And the Solitude once again being returned up to the Cascade player's hand. And that is going to be the concession there. Moving into game 2 for both these players. Cascade player really expertly leveraging the advantage of the deck and trusting in basically the process, as we like to say, and really being able to close out off the back of the extra cards drawn from evoking those elementals and those leyline bindings. You know, there's a lot of pressure coming from Hammer early on, and I think that was very well navigated. Getting the extra draws off the additional Esper Sentinels really taxing their ability, but unfortunately, once Beans gets established with multiple Beanstalks, it becomes very hard to really keep up with that kind of pressure, despite any additional draws you might have. As well, just being unable to stick enough threats, I think, to be consistent in launching the spells that you need, which is really those instant speed hammers, because I believe we saw 3 casts during the course of that game, and almost all of them being denied except for that initial hit off the Sentinel. So play's going to be moving into sideboarding. We're likely going to see some artifact hate from our Cascade Bean player, possibly some Force of Vigors, as a good answer to stopping some of those hammer plays. In terms of Hammer, I'm not entirely sure some of the things we might see. We might see some additional Surge of Salvations. I think really kind of the big valuable card in protecting your team at clutch situations, particularly from things like Fury. Fury being kind of the mainstay crippling card against Hammer in a lot of situations. But let's get these life totals back up to where we're starting. Fresh game, fresh start, with our Hammer player on the play. Alright, players are presented their decks post sideboard. Let's see what Hammer can do on the play once again here. I do see that Sigarda's Aid in that opening hand. It looks like an addition to an Esper Sentinel and Pierce 2 Paladin. Probably a couple of the cards you definitely want to see in this matchup, particularly Esper Sentinel, being really a good early pressure piece in keeping off opponent from just getting free value off those cantrips, being able to match them 1-for-1 on some early beanstalks. We're going to see a shock here going down to 18, and yep, landing that Sentinel first thing, making sure to try and maximize any additional card draw to keep up with the pace of these beanstalk decks in the later stages of the game and the mid portions of the game. We're going to see that Flooded Strand come down. Not opting to fetch it, likely going to grab either a Ralgren or a Zagoth Triumph later on. But we are going to see that Inkmoth Nexus come down and a Sigarda's Aid. Definitely off to a similar start as the first game, which is also a very strong start for Hammer. You know, the Inkmoth Nexus, you know, unanswered, representing effectively a one-shot with a hammer. We're going to see a fetch come out. Taking our Cascade player down to 19. We're going to see the Zagoth Triumph, likely indicating that they already have the Sacred Foundry or a way to find it to really enable those Leyline bindings for 1 mana. Turn, we're going to see another Flooded Strand come out, commenting the World Championship Flooded Strand with amazing artwork. I'll have to find out what who the artist was later, but really a unique artwork promo. And passing back to the Hammer player, we are going to see a swing for 1 here with the Esper Sentinel. Declaring no blocks. Question is, oh, and we are just going to take the 1, 18 all, and we're going to see the land come down. Our Hammer player opting to be patient, trying to chip in and really see if they can bait out any of the extra cards before we are established with the Beanstalk engine. We're going to see another fetch come out, bringing our Cascade player to 17. Likely grabbing the Raugan Triumph. Oh, nope, just the Sacred Foundry. And it looks like that's going to be a shock as well. I wonder if we are going to see perhaps a fire or an ice come out, or if it's just going to be this Leyline binding, paying the extra 1 to deny the extra card. And we are going to see that Leyline binding, paying the extra 1 to avoid the extra card draw for our Hammer player. And we are going to target the Sentinel as opposed to the Sigarda's Aid there. We're going to see that land drop, and we're going to see a tap for 3, likely a Teferi coming down, really blocking out those instant speed hammers so that they... Oh, we're actually going to see the bounce first. That's very interesting. Chance that means he likely has a Solitude in hand ready to go for this Inkmoth Nexus animation. We are going to see a fetch here from our Hammer player on the Arid Mesa, taking him down 1, possibly an additional. Nope, we're going to see that tap land come down. But it also does shut off any interaction like Spell Pierce, notably, in trying to protect any pieces from the non-creature effects like Leyline Binding. We got a good look at that Cascade player's hand. It looks like there is another Teferi and what looked like a Bloodbraid Elf in addition to a collection of lands. They may not be a Solitude after all. He is tapped out, so he's not representing a Leyline Binding. This could be a good opportunity. If he has the additional land here. Oh no, the land that they're tapped with the Sea Chrome Coast, kind of punishing this situation. What otherwise could have possibly been a lethal swing with a hammer. Player giving some consideration to what land he's going to opt to lay with. It looks like he has a very large clutch of lands in there. Seeing at least 2 fetch lands and a stomping ground and that lovely galaxy galaxy shocks from Unfinity. One of the few things I enjoyed from Unfinity. I'd really wish they had just leaned all in on the unhinged portion of that and opted not with the Acorn, but those shocklands really were a big selling point for that set. We are going to see a Bloodbraid Elf come down. A couple options here, either a Shardless Agent or a Teferi or a Cascade or a Beanstalk, which we are going to see that Beanstalk come down, generating an additional card here, as well as a 3-power Haster. The question is whether he's going to swing or leave it back on the off chance, but that Inkmoth Nexus does fly, so the immediate threat there is unfortunately not going to be able to block by that Bloodbraid Elf. It was a shock, so he will be down at 13. One of the few cards being Gingerbread that could sneak in and hit for additional damage, so he is opting to leave it back to play it safe on the off chance that we are taking a look at a Gingerbread swing. Bloodbraid Elf being able to block it as a creature with haste. And we're going to see that Flooded Strand come down. 2 mana, we are going to see a Pure Steel Paladin. And a pass, it appears. See another 4 mana come down and an uptick on Teferi, and then we are going to see that Omnath come in, drawing an additional card. Like to see a fetch land come down, generating at least some amount of life, but the Cascade player really being in control of this game from here on out. Our Hammer player not really being able to generate enough threats to keep pressure on the board here. And this Teferi keeping any shenanigans with the Sigarda's Aid kind of on lockdown, aside from the Hammer player's main phase. We're going to see that fetch land come down, which is going to gain 4 life, up to 17 for a Cascade player. The player considering whether to fetch here or not. See if they need the mana for an additional pressure play, or if they are just going to opt to perhaps swing with the Bloodbraid Elf. Looks like we are going to see that crack down to 16. Just depends if we are going to see a shock land here, or if the 4 mana is good enough off this Omnath trigger. And we're going to see that shock on that Temple Garden, dealing an additional 2 damage, so only netting 1 from this Omnath in terms of life, but we are going to have that 5 mana available for potentially a Solitude coming down on a hard cast, and drawing that additional card off the Beanstalk. Oh, and we're going to see a recast of Teferi. Remind us to bounce up the Beanstalk and then probably replay it with that remaining floating mana off the Omnath. Really just digging probably for answers such as Solitude or Fury. Trying to get this engine online and make sure that the board stays clear. Our Cascade are likely very cautious of this Inkmoth Nexus. We're going to see a swing for 3, pressuring in. And both of our players down to 14. We're going to see a fetch as well from that Flooded Strand going down to 13, grabbing that incredibly shiny Lord of the Rings Surge Foil Plains. Almost can't even tell what it is. Hammer player draws for turn. We'll see if they can sneak away in. We're going to get another Plains there. Likely they just drew it. Looked like he just played that from the cards he just grabbed. It's not a good sign. It's never a good sign when you're up against your 5-color opponent, which plays a significant chunk of lands, and you have more lands in play than them. He's just going to pass it back. It's very uptick on those sorcerers because it's speed, which I don't believe really does a whole lot for this matchup, but we are going to see a hard cast Fury coming down. It's going to take out that Pure Steel Paladin. I'm going to see an Omna trigger once again, generating that 4 life. And a swing for 7 total, bringing our Hammer player down to 6. Fair was upticked, reversing, and then the Hammer player drawing a card. Not in a fantastic position given the situation, but we are going to see a Stoneforge Mystic, which will finally be able to grab this hammer. This Teferi, however, kind of shutting off any potential protection from Surge of Salvation that would be necessary to kind of stick this Inkmoth hit. It's a tricky situation. I admire the Hammer player trying to stick it through, see if they can wrestle a win after being a game down here. We're going to see a Sword of War and Peace. Is that right? Or is that Fire and Ice? Can't quite tell. They are very similar in artwork. That does look like red and white, though. But I could be wrong, so we will see here. War and Peace being the one that gains you life equal to the number of cards in your hand, and dealing damage to your opponent equal to the number of cards in theirs. A pretty nasty tech choice against these Cascade decks that like to keep big hand sizes, if it is true. If not, it might be a Fire and Ice, which will be able to at least ping off something like the Bloodbraid Elf or the Teferi and garner some additional cards here. But we will see what the determination is from the Hammer player. It is, in fact, a Sword of War and Peace, also notably giving protection from red and white, which are fundamentally the only ways that can really, the Cascade deck can really interact with all their cards pretty much all being red and or white in some fashion. Notably, the Stoneforge not having haste here. But it is a fantastic blocker, being able to just eat this Fury and hopefully keep them alive. Oh, we are going to see a Force of Vigor taking those 2 cards out, coming in very clutch from the sideboard, likely going to be closing out this game for our Cascade player. We're going to see the uptick on Teferi, still keeping that protection unlock. Land coming down with an additional 4, and he's going to gain 4. Lose 1. And grabbing some of the few fetch pulls still left in the deck here. Generating that 4 additional mana. And also cracking the other fetch, dealing 4 off of Omnath, bringing our Hammer player down to 2. And we are going to see the concession there because he cannot block it all. Seeing the fist bump of sportsmanship as he's playing it up. Luckily, there was a split for all the prize, so nobody's leaving with nothing in hand. But it looks like our Cascade player is going to progress to what is effectively the finals of the top 8, competing for that final slot of the 2-slot RCQ slot. Removing some of the cards to the sideboard, it looks like we were seeing a Force of Vigor, so Lavinia and a sort of War and Peace from the Hammer side, both very effective cards. Wow, 3 Lavinias, really hedging against those Evoke Elementals, being good against Scam and Cascade, and our Cascade player showing off the single Quintorius that has been discussed briefly about coming from Ixalan. The newest set technically releases today, pre-release being last week, making the cards legal. See, it looks like the Forge News, the Spell Pierce, and the Cauldron Complete were cut due to the fact that Cauldron Complete is very easy to keep under control against the Cascade decks, with Stoneforge being really the only way to cheat into play easily. That is going to be a wrap for the coverage of our quarterfinals here, arguably semifinals due to the nature of the 2-slot RCQ. We will return with what will be one of our 2 final matches, determining who will be a winner progressing into the regional championship in Denver. This is Devin from Hashtag. We will be with you soon.
hero, 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 hero. I wanna be a hero, hero. Oh, the hero comes, I can hear the drums and a horses run to the kingdom come through the pale moonlight. Our hearts ignite to the call. Oh, claim your prize for a crown of stars in the name of love. Be the
names.
Yep.
We're sitting next to each other. It's fine.
Gotcha. All right, folks. So it looks like our players are shuffling up, getting ready. And then there likely will not be coverage for the last match. Normally, with 2-slot RCQs, they usually chop at some point.
Usually, a last match doesn't occur in a 2-slotter.
Yeah.
This is a finals in essence.
In essence, yeah, for who gets at least an invite. But apparently there is a lanyard on the line. I don't know if that's going to matter for people. Oh, baby. But for the lanyard people out there,
That's right.
for a lanyard each day of the week.
If there's
that
one
is
thing
an
that
option.
gets me out of bed in the morning,
It's
it's
a
thinking
lanyard.
about putting a thin strip of cloth around my neck or on my keys
Yep.
and putting it in my pocket.
Absolutely. I live for nothing less.
Mm.
All right. Looks like our players have shuffled up and are drawing their opening hands, determining whether we are going to see some mulligans here.
Do you happen to know who is on the play?
I do not. If I had to guess, I want to say Abe had the better record moving in.
You could be right. I think you are right, actually.
Yeah. So I believe that would make him on the play in this situation, but we will find out shortly enough, I'm sure.
So Abe's opponent on Coffers is a good matchup for Coffers, and he had to dispatch of Jarvis Yu on Scam to get to Abe, who's on Scam.
Scam. I mean, it
And
is
two of the better people in the room.
it's true. Yeah, they are very skilled players. We see them top 8ing quite frequently in the area. Akaffer's really kind of being a discussion point of being one of the better choices in the meta right now, as it has that long-term advantage plan against Cascade, which is a very popular deck choice as well as having a very favorable matchup against Scam. Kind of a good choice. Really, just trying to dodge things like, I would say, Amulet would probably be one of its worst matchups.
Amulet's probably not great. What makes Coffers so good against Scam is it gets to disrupt their plan with card advantage out of the One Ring. It gets to play ball with Bowmasters with their own Bowmasters and pushes. It also gets to break up their Scam pieces, potentially with Thought Seizes early. So it's presenting a lot of problems that Scam wants to create a small game, and they're trying to go bigger, and they have the tools to do it.
Yeah, it's one of the big differentiating forces is that it just gets to go over the top, and plus with the Karn board, having basically, 8 to 9 silver bullets that you can launch at any time. It looks like we actually might see a Fury Scam come down here. Oh man,
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Now this can get really punished by Shieldred's Edict.
which I believe I saw the list earlier. It's not actually running, but they are opting to play that new removal spell, the 2-drop.
Bitter Triumph?
Yes.
Interesting.
So we are seeing that because it is a little bit more targeted. I
Yeah.
believe there were 2 copies on the list earlier.
Now there is a cost. We're trying to make a small game here with kind of Scam being on the aggressive side, so they're going to have to go down either more resources with their hand or with their life total. And that could be a real problem when you're talking about a deck that is trying to grief scam you or fury scam you and putting you into a low life total.
Yeah, a 3-turn clock immediately.
Yeah, absolutely.
We already see a Dash Dragonman as well. So this is going to be a swing for...
I think I see a Bowman. Oh, yeah.
We're
So
gonna see
here's
a
a Bowmasters.
Bowmaster's taking that out and then chump blocking the Fury there. So at least it was not a 10-point life swing on turn 2.
Nope.
But, it's still a little bit on the back foot, I think, in terms of pressure here. But we are going to see a Knight's Whisper come down, which is going to be our first point of damage, it looks like. Although we did see a shock on the previous turn. So we're 18 all now. Then we're going to see that Demolition Field. And
There's an
because of
Urborg, so we can Thought
we're gonna
Seize.
see a Thought Seize.
All right, we got 2 lands. That explains a lot of Abe's play there. He's like,
Yep.
all right, I don't have much.
Yep.
This is what I got. Deal with it.
Yep, let's go for it.
Now, you can't take Takanuma with Thoughtseize. I'm sorry.
As much as we wish the channel lands could be considered spells sometimes,
That's true.
they are still lands. The number of times that I've seen people be like, can I take this Presageu, please?
Please, I beg you. No, I'm sorry, you cannot.
Nope.
All right, let's see if we can actually draw a spell off the top here for Abe.
Oh, and we're
All
gonna see
right,
Dothy's
Dothy's
Boardwalker.
great.
That is a good one. We're going to see that swing, and it is likely
Do we want to go to 8? Yeah. I think I would block here. I think I'm not super afraid. Now, what Abe doesn't know is there's a One Ring
Yep.
in his opponent's hand. So that's probably why there's a little bit of thinking about it. Like, do I really want to give my opponent the ability to kind of be the counterplay to my One Ring?
Yeah. This Bowmaster dying, effectively going under the Dathi Voidwalker, and giving an answer to really kind of pressure. But we are going to see the block come out. It's going to be exiled with the Dathi Voidwalker. Staying at a healthy life total 16.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen this Coffers deck gain an absolutely egregious amount of life.
Oh my
though.
god, yeah. I mean, between going crazy with coffers and casting March, or having Shieldred in play and using the ring, it can be a lot of life.
Yeah. This is interesting. He's opting to float 3 mana with the Urborg and then play another one, replacing the other one to get to 4 mana to be able to cast this ring here. And he is going to activate it immediately, drawing that additional card.
Right. So now he has protection for a turn, so he gets a little bit of breathing room for this next turn cycle, and that's going to be really important because in his hand currently, he has a Blood Chief's Thirst, which he'll have to decide if he's going to use to kill the Dathi or this big menacing Fury.
Yep. My guess is he's probably going to lean towards the Fury. I don't think he cares as much as giving the removal spell, because it's Blood Chief's Thirst to a Dathi Voidwalker, because it's only going to kill things with 2, unless he decides to kick it from exile, which
Right.
means he still has to pay the kicker cost.
Sure.
It's a strange interaction with Dathi Voidwalker and kicker spells. There are additional costs when casting.
Now, actually, he may not have a choice because it looks like he doesn't have another
fourth
land in
land.
hand. Like, that's why he had to use the Urborg. So he's a bit stranded on mana.
He is going to be able to draw an additional 2 cards, though.
That's true.
And see if he can dig himself out of it. Looks like there might have been a response to this activation. We're going to
Yep.
see the Dathi activate
Here we go.
and cast the Bowmasters.
Ping you.
And then it's going to be an additional...
Draw 2, ping you 2 more times.
and get that 3/3 as well. He did take one at the beginning of his turn from the One Ring, so he is at 12. He's probably considering if he wants to use something to deal with this Bowmaster before he draws the 2 cards, but I don't think he's in a position where he can really afford to not take care of this Fury, which is inking closer and closer to really just being one lethal swing.
Yep.
But we'll see what he decides here.
So either way, it's going to be a 2-turn clock. So it looks like he's going to march. Yep.
Yep. Killing the Bowmasters. Gaining him 1.
Okay, so he's going to gain 1 and not lose any more for drawing the cards.
Right, so will be correctly at 15 after that resolves, and then he will draw his 2
Now we
additional
draw
cards.
2 safely.
It looks like he drew a Damnation, but he also got the Coffers.
The
Oh,
Coffers
it was
is a
Karn
big deal.
Coffers.
Well, actually, yeah, no, you can tap it for mana. So, and we're looking at 9 points coming back at him, and then taking another 2 from the ring.
Yep.
This deck does have a number of catch-up mechanisms. Are we going to cast this Thoughtseize?
That's
We know 2 of the cards in his hand.
Yeah.
It's some precious life totals you're playing with here.
I was surprised he didn't opt to exile the Thoughtseize on casting the March to try and take out the Fury instead.
Oh, that's a really good point.
Just because we know those cards are a little bit less dead when we know Abe is a little bit down on cards, but this is going to be a swing for 8.
Yep. Down to 7.
There's going to be another 2 from this One Ring.
Down to 5. Life totals don't tell the whole story here. You know,
Yeah.
we still have an active One Ring.
Yep.
We're
Going
about to draw
3
3
now.
cards.
Netting 6 cards total, which is just absurd.
Yeah, plus a fog turn. This card's not okay. People are saying, "Oh, scam, scam, scam," but One Ring's pretty scary.
Yeah. Well, and Beanstalk too, actually replacing the One Ring in some of these like crazy card draw decks, which is just absurd to think about that a uncommon 2-mana enchantment that was designed for limited has now overtaken what we considered the most egregious card in the format
That's
like
right.
3 months ago.
I mean, we call that a whoopsie. Watsy made a little whoopsie. Another little whoopsie.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And then now we're seeing a One Ring replace that as well, and he
Right.
still has 1 mana floating off that Coffers activation. He's going to opt to draw an additional card here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
We're just kind of digging for everything. I think the best draw that they can have here is probably a Shieldred.
Yeah. I think that's definitely going to put him in a very, very good position to at least stabilize. But we do know he also has a Karn, which can likely grab him something.
Sure. So we're looking at having a total of 7 mana as it stands. Play Karn, play 3. Probably going to go get a ensnaring bridge.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
He has too many cards in hand, though.
I think they're going to be okay. They're going to figure it out. It'll
just
be
ditch
fine.
it all to a march.
Yeah, you'll
You'll be
do a
like,
big
"Alright, cool."
march. You'll discard it because now you get to sit back a little bit. Actually, the biggest threat on the board currently is this active 1 ring.
Yep.
I think they'll also figure that one out.
Yeah. They'll draw into it.
Yeah.
That's usually the philosophy, right?
Yeah,
we'll draw into it.
Yeah, well, this is a problem for future me.
We'll see if our future Coffer players agrees with that decision.
Yeah.
Looks like he's still considering possibly doing something else.
Yeah, I'm not sure what all is in their hand currently.
He may have,
Like you said, maybe it's a march.
yeah, either a March or the Bitter Triumph.
Sure.
Um,
Absolutely. I mean, like we were talking about earlier. The downside of Bitter Triumph is you may have to discard a card,
Yeah.
but if you have too many cards in hand,
Yeah.
not so bad.
Not so bad.
It's like, oh, I guess I'll discard a card down to 7.
Oh
Go
man,
ahead.
I'm at 9
You
cards
go ahead.
and have a removal spell. I
Right.
guess I'll go down to 7.
I'll go down
oh,
to 7.
No.
Yeah, shucks.
Whatever will we do?
Yeah. So we're untapping. We're down to 4 from the ring.
Yep.
Abe's stuck on 3 lands, and we haven't seen another spell out of him this game.
Yeah.
We've seen 1 Fury and 1 Dothy Voidwalker.
And a Ragavan.
Okay, we did
Yep.
see a Ragavan, sure.
But that's it so far. So he must have something reactive here.
Probably, maybe a scam effect.
Possibly too. Drawing too many of those is not very helpful.
Yeah. All right,
But
so
in
we're
this situation might be okay if he does get the removal spell for this Fury, right? Being able
Sure.
to buy it back again.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little difficult if if the removal spell is a really big march because it puts him out of a 1-shot range.
Yeah.
But we float 6 mana. We see Karn pulled to the front here. We see a Bowmaster's in hand as well. So hands loaded. The world's their oyster at this point.
Yeah, it's just a matter of keeping that life total safe. Because
Yep.
I have seen a Tron player died earlier to a lightning bolt with an active ring out, and that kind of clutched it.
That will happen. That will absolutely happen.
But we are going to see.
So we're
this card come in.
minusing. My guess here, we have 2 floating, and so we can get up to 5. I think their best thing is to just get in the snaring bridge.
Oh,
Instead, they're going to chalice
on
on 1.
Interesting.
Now, there are 1-drops in this deck, and that does turn off the Undying effects, Thoughtseize, Lightning Bolt, and Ragavan, but I'm not sure if this is the most powerful thing that they can be doing with their mana.
Yeah.
In the main deck, 99.9% of people playing Rakdos won't have a way to deal with a resolved ensnaring bridge. So besides Lightning Bolt, that would kind of leave them stranded.
Abe opting to cast the Not Dead After All.
Sure.
Just to give his Fury some insurance this turn.
That makes sense.
But interestingly enough, playing this Chalice on 1 to shut down Blood Chief Source as well, alongside the Fatal Pushes. So he's not going to have a clean answer to this Fury outside of the Bitter Triumphs.
Yeah, does it shut it down if it's kicked?
It seems he's still considered 1.
Interesting.
Um,
So yeah, we're not playing Shieldred's Edict, and we're only playing Bitter Triumphs. Do you know how many they're playing?
I believe it's 2.
Okay, so our outs are pretty low here.
We've already seen 2 marches come out too out of 4, so
That's true.
We're running a little thin on our answers here.
Really only 4 answers. I mean, if they get to untap with this Karn, it's going to be a big problem, right? Then the answer just becomes, I'm going to get Cityscape Leveler, and that's
We
it.
did just see him draw Shieldred off this ring activation, though, which is going to be a big deal.
That's yeah, I mean, unless we have, and we've been sandbagging a Terminate, which is very possible, that Shieldred can do a lot of work.
Or that new, what's that new card? Molten Collapse? I don't know if
Molten
Abe's
Collapse
playing
could be it as well, yes.
I mean, because that's going to, that would, oh, we are going to see that March of Wretched Sorrow. But a Mullen Collapse here would not only kill the Shieldred, but
Oof.
could also possibly break the Chalice.
Yes. Now we are exiling 3 cards.
Wow.
So they're looking at doing a total of 6 damage to this Fury. So they'll go up to 10 and then lose 1 from the Wicked token down to 9. We have a clear board on Abe's side here. An active Ring and an active Karn with the Shieldred in hand.
Yeah, it's not looking too good
It's
for
not.
Abe here.
Yeah, this deck needs to come out of the gate really fast and be somewhat uncontested. And the hand that shaped out that Abe wound up keeping did not do that.
Yep. It's tough to beat back-to-back rings with a Fury scam.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I mean, if we had kept 7, I would have thought about that maybe a little bit.
And we got
longer.
a Bowmaster coming down.
Yeah,
Just gonna
so
pink for 1 here. That's tough, but you know sometimes just the crushing advantage the ring can generate is gonna be good enough for these ring decks to really crawl out of it.
yeah, I mean, more than crawl out of it, they're sprinting out of it.
Yeah.
You know, this game is going to go from them being at 7 to them being at 15 or so very quickly.
Yeah, particularly if he does get to slam this Shieldred and activate that ring, drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, drawing 3, gaining 6, but again, there may be a terminate in hand. All right, threatening the 3rd 1 ring.
Another land, and this is going to generate 7 mana off that coffers alone.
Yep. This is basically garbage time, as they say. All right.
We are going to see that Shieldred come down.
So now it's a matter of, are you playing chicken? He says no.
Oh,
All right.
Bowmasters,
We got a Bowmasters.
which will mitigate some of that life gain and take out the other Bowmasters as well.
Well, the life gain is still going to happen because the Shieldred's there. So we're going to kill Karn. We're going to put 2 to you. And now you're going to gain 6. So you're going to go down to 5 and up to 11.
Yep. Taking out that Karn's a pretty big deal. A little too late in regards to the advantage it's gotten getting that that extra 1 ring from the sideboard. But you know, at least it clears off the board in case there's any. Oh, he's just going to replace the 1 ring again.
All right. So now we're going to go ahead and I think I also saw a fatal push in there. So I think we're probably going to fatal push this 1/1 and then draw another card.
Well, the Chalice is going to stop that.
You're right.
Oh.
I forgot about that little guy up there.
Hopefully the players at the table don't forget that either.
Yeah.
But I mean that Orc army being a 5/5 is pretty massive.
Pretty big.
Likely just pinging the Shieldred here. So you can no longer target. I think back to the name, the Cabal Coffers player.
I was going to try to look it back up to see if I recall what their name was. I think it's Bert.
Bert. Okay. Looked like a K when I saw the deck list earlier. That might be why I'm confusing myself. But all right, we are seeing the Takanuma come down that we knew he had for a while. Finally, it's the 4th land drop.
I think that tells me that there might be a Fury in hand. Like maybe it's time to start playing these lands and deploying, you know, looks like only 1, maybe 2 cards in hand.
And he would have taken 2 from the Shieldred as well. But we are going to see the pass back again.
Now we're back up to 13.
Um,
Drawing for our turn.
but also losing 1 from the 1 ring, so a total of 12.
And I believe that's a Bitter Triumph in hand.
Oh, very good. He got a removal spell to get him out of this.
Boop.
Get it out of here.
Get rid of Fatal Push. All right, fair enough.
And now we're going to see this activation, which is
All
going
right.
to...
Now we're at 16. We were just at, what, 4? 5?
5.
We were at
yeah.
5 not so long ago, huh?
I mean, Shieldred plus the ring just being an incredible combination, and basically fully negating all the downsides the ring may possibly have.
Hey, you know what? We'll lose 2 life. We will also
Gain
gain
4.
4 life.
Yep. He's gonna Altus Night Swiss remove up to 18. And just keep digging further and further into his deck. But notably, I think he's got 2 Fatal Pushes in hand, both of which he cannot utilize.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we pitched a swamp rather than a fatal push, but
Yeah.
maybe if he gets Mind Collapse, they turn back on, but I don't know.
Mhm.
All right, so we've walled up behind this Shield Drid.
He might even offer the trade on the Shielded here. knowing he
Absolutely.
has another one in hand.
All day. There you
We're gonna see
go.
the swing, yep, and we are going to see that trade come out.
And Abe's breathing a sigh of relief until he thinks, oh, that's a great
Oh, that's
draw.
such a
Let's go.
good
All right,
play.
we're still in it.
Yep.
I mean, there's still an active ring, and he's about to draw 3 cards, but
But now it's at least going to hurt.
it's going to hurt a lot. We're through a good chunk of the threats, and I believe that a lot of these Coffers decks are only playing 2 Shield Drids.
Correct.
So we're through both Shield Drids.
Yep.
So
That's gonna make this a lot harder.
now Bert's going to actually have to win kind of the old-fashioned way with casting enormous marches to not die.
Yeah. But we have now seen him draw the last copy of the One Ring in his main deck because he did pull one from the sideboards.
Mhm.
This is all 4 rings being present in this game from this deck list.
We also drew 2 Karns, which is real scary.
Yep. Means he can grab like Sundering Titan from the sideboard, which is just massive. you
I
know?
think the card that he will want to go get is Walking Ballista.
True.
Because
Yeah.
Walking Ballista, now we don't have to worry about undying effects,
Mhm.
and this is just going to clean up any board presence that's created.
Yep. As well with any like fatal pushes being shut down for good on the scam side, if they might have any, it's going to make it a little bit harder.
Yep,
to really
absolutely.
deal with that ballista. And we're going to see that Karn tick down. And not just Gear Hulk. I forgot he had that. I was talking about it earlier.
I was so happy and so sad. I mean, oh my goodness,
that is gonna
noxious
be-
Gear Hulk.
He's going to gain 3 life off that as well from killing that grief. That is incredible.
Wow.
You love to see it.
I do love to see it. I mean, Noxious Gear Hulk is one of my all-time favorite cards, and it's hasn't been good, and it was barely good in Standard. So to see it here is what a delight.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, and I know we said we were at garbage time before, and I was wrong. This seems like it's going to be tough to come back from.
Yeah. We're going to see a
Ticking
Karn
down.
tick again.
We have a lot of mana. We're going to
We're
get
gonna see the
Sundering Titan. We're going to blow up 2 lands, and we're going to blow up
Yeah,
all the lands.
yeah, we're gonna
Abe
see-
says, that's enough. Thank you.
Moving into a post game. So what does Scam have to really combat this Copsic besides like maybe Blood Wound to slow him down a little bit?
So there are Blood Moons in his sideboard.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't believe he's going to be bringing them in. Blood Moon is great on turn 2 if you get to hit with a Ragavan, but that's very unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he's going to bring them in. I think he will be bringing in a couple of Shieldreds of his own.
Mm-hmm.
Pithing Needle if he has
For
it.
sure.
Kolgon's Command if
Hmm.
he has it. And probably some Bone Crusher Giants if he has those as well.
Right, to push through on that ring damage.
Yep, to push through ring damage. And I think what he's going to be taking out are some of the 1-mana removal spells that he may have. And probably Fury, although it's a threat, it doesn't really do too much in this game. Shieldred's an X5, so the next best thing that you're doing is
Maybe killing a Karn.
maybe killing a Karn.
Yeah.
And then from the Coffer side,
Mm-hmm.
I believe Bert is playing Doomwake's latest list, which has I think 4 Duress in the sideboard instead of the Leyline of the Voids that you'd normally see.
Yeah, that does sound correct. I do remember seeing the Duresses in his board when I examined his list.
Yeah, so I think he's going to be bringing those in, and what he's bringing out, most of his cards are good against Scam, if I'm being honest with you. I don't know what he's taking out. I'd have to take a look at a list to see, but I think that's going to be his plan, is maybe just shaving on a few things and bringing in duresses, and then Abe is going to be bringing out Furies and one-mana removal spell for some more diversified threats.
Evan, being a resident Scam player, I believe you qualified with Scam, correct?
I did qualify with
Yeah.
Scam.
Congratulations again, sir.
Thank you. I did not have to play against coffers to get there, which I'm pretty happy about.
I say, what was some of the lineups that you were facing when you were?
Let's see,
searching through?
a number of Scam mirrors. I had to beat a 5-color zoo deck.
Oh, I love that deck.
I know you do. Sorry. Actually, you were one of.
Oh, was
you,
it?
yeah, it
That,
was that one.
was the one you called. Yeah,
So I had to place
you
5,
punched my face in.
2 various 5-color decks, and then I had to beat the semifinals was a Burn on the Draw, and I had Ob Nixilis the Adversary in my sideboard,
I
and
love it.
gain some life, win the game. It's pretty great.
Burn's been like in a weird in and out spot in the past couple of weeks where it just like it's very good against the 5-color decks and a lot of the evoke decks because of the 4 main board whirling vortexes, but you're still not seeing convert a lot.
Yeah, you need it to be in a pretty specific metagame. You'd want it to be in a very 4-color heavy metagame, whereas these have been a bit more Scam forward, and it's not a horrible matchup, Scam versus Burn, but I think Scam is a little bit favored. It just has more disruptive elements.
And I don't think they can ever deal with a Fury on turn 1.
Yeah, turn 1 Fury's tough. They get around that by playing Sanctifier Envex, so that's really the scary card out of Burn. But, you bring in some engineered explosives, you maybe get a little Fury Scam or Grief Scam on one to clear it out of the way and Prage.
Yeah, I do recall there was a game I was playing where I was playing Scam Zoo, and I had a Fury down on turn 1, and then they proceeded to go Sanctifier. And I was just like,
And you're like, well,
well, I probably lose this game.
yeah, unless I find engineered explosives, I can't block and I can't attack.
Yep.
All right,
It's
so we're
tough
drawing
spot.
our 7s. We got Abe on the play on the right, Bert on coffers on the left. See if we can keep our 7.
Looks
We
like,
are.
Abe
Both
is
players
keeping
keep
7.
7.
It's going to be a shock.
All right,
into
this is
a
the type
free
of
Scam.
This is what you want to start with.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have a Ring, a Fatal Push. Is that a March? A Troll?
Yep.
That's a great hand.
That is a fantastic hand. However, it is a little land light.
A little bit land light.
Yeah. We're seeing the big thing being the Trolloc has a Doom in there, I think is what he's going to rely on to try and find land, because this is a one-lander.
I think I would take Troll March.
I agree.
It's a little bit scary depending on Abe's hand if you're supposed to take the Bowmasters, because that can actually come down and block. Wait, is this a one-lander?
It's a one-lander.
Oh, baby, we're taking
Yeah, we're taking that Troll.
we're taking that Troll. That Troll is gone.
Because notably, the one land he has is not a black source. It is
Now-
a Field of Ruin.
Yeah, so now that becomes a question of, are we taking the March to protect our Grief, or are we taking the Bowmaster that we have a little bit more play around? I think we're supposed to take the March, and he does.
Yep. This is a March and the Troll, and he's going to make Bert really draw out of this. This is really his only option.
If-
Bert opting to keep his hand open there.
If I'm on the other side of Scam, I am not keeping a one-lander, hoping
no.
that Troll gets me there.
Yeah,
That
especially on
is-
the draw.
That's gutsy. Oh, but he just
He got the
peels it.
swamp.
He ain't got the sauce.
We'll see how long.
And
Oh, I thought
goodbye,
Sister followed up.
goodbye.
So we're probably definitely taking. I'd say probably Bowmaster in this situation. He doesn't have a lot of
Yep.
ways to actually activate that. Fatal Push.
Absolutely. So
2.
we're going to get at least 2 attacks in. Bert's going to have to draw another land in order to turn on that field.
Okay,
all
gonna see
right.
Knight's Whisper, which is going to take
Down.
us to.
Down to 14.
And we're going to see a fetch come out here from Abe.
Now, yeah, great. Abe should not be fetching swamps in this matchup. I mean, if Bird is Field of Ruining him, that's probably great for Abe.
Yeah.
But, you don't want to run out of basics either.
Big thing being is that like with the Fatal Push still in hand, one Swamp from Burt does turn it on just by being able to crack that that Field of Ruin.
Yep, which we did see. So he drew 2 swamps from that Night's Whisper. So
That's nice.
Abe needs to have another Undying Effect in hand to save this grief for the next turn cycle. And or not tap out. So Abe has just gas in hand, no land drop. I think we're going to see the Swamp Field of Ruin here. And we're going to do a big think. I think he's probably thinking about if he wants to do this now or in his upkeep or in his draw step.
Yeah, force him to basically use his mana inefficiently. Yep, and he is going to pass the turn here.
He's going to do it in attacks.
Yep.
Now we're going to look at our hand and pretend like we just came to the realization of what our play was going to be. Oh, we're doing a big think. Wonder what he's thinking about here.
It
He
looks
just
like he's
takes it.
taking it.
Interesting. Says go. Doesn't do anything, so he's just going to
this is gonna
hopefully
be a
rely.
ring.
Oh, okay, we're going
Yeah.
to play the ring. This makes sense. We're going to play
Oh,
a
we're gonna see
Bowmaster, put him
Bowmaster's
to
come out,
5.
though.
So this presents lethal on the next turn. The next turn cycle because of protection.
But if he has a Bone Crusher Giant, this is lethal.
That is true.
We're going to see the card draw come out.
Ping.
Yep.
Yep.
Ping
make
the
a
army,
thing.
grow the army.
All right, let's see if we have a Bone Crusher Giant. Slam it down, Abe.
Looks like Abe's looking at the life total.
Doing a little think here. I don't think we have a Bone Crusher Giant, otherwise
Yeah.
it would have been just immediately windmill slammed.
Yep.
We can't Thoughtseize our opponent. All we can really do is play a little bit defensively, and maybe he's thinking about if he wants to add more pressure to the board, like a Dothy Voidwalker or something like that, versus holding up an Undying Effect.
I think the one thing to be concerned about is that these Cabal Coffers decks do play Damnation, though.
That is true.
Which is, I think, the only real thing to be concerned about in terms of like a wide-scale wipe. Although I did see one earlier that was also playing Invoke Despair, which I'm a big fan of that card.
That card's sweet. I guess it's probably pretty good against Beans.
Well, it's also a way to deal with Planeswalkers a little bit more reliably, because if they have one, they have to get rid of it.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, that's why I like Children's Edict, too. All right.
We're going to see a Pithing Needle come down.
All right. What are we naming? We naming the ring?
Probably the ring, would be my guess.
I think this signals to me that we also have an Undying Effect in hand.
Probably, just to make sure that this grief sticks around.
This also takes a lot of pressure off of Abe if a Shieldred comes down. There's a Blood Chief's Thirst in hand, I believe another ring and a Shieldred alongside another Swamp. We have 5 mana in play, no coffers, nothing fun like Urborg. So we're just playing kind of normal Magic right now.
Yeah, no, not
Which isn't really what Coffers wants to
Yeah.
be doing.
yeah.
They want to be going way over the top.
It's like a very weird Tron.
Yeah, it's also pretty good against Tron.
It is, yeah.
If you want to make a Tron player sad, have 8 Field of Ruins in your deck.
It's very true. I thought Boseiju locking them with a Ren and 6 was the most fun I could have. I think that might be a little bit better.
It's pretty good. All right, so we're going to give ourselves protection again.
But
Now we're not
unfortunately-
hurting ourselves every turn.
But this One Ring kind of sitting here not doing a whole lot.
What's that one?
I don't know. Oh, this might be a Fatal Push here, though. Didn't he have one? He did
Yep, so this
technically
turns
enable
on Revolt. So if we do have this, let's see. Now we can't punish with an Undying Effect quite as bad. I think
Yep.
I'd probably still save it, but Bert's down to 3.
Yep, that's going to be 1 damage from the Wicked roll.
Yep,
I believe.
the Wicked Roll token.
You can never keep the rolls right.
The only one you need to care about is Wicked,
That's fair.
at least in Modern.
That's true. Although I'm very sad because in the enchantment, like Aura's Precon, they had one called Virtuous, which makes an ethereal armor.
Oh,
Effectively. That's like, why was that not in the set? That seems great.
that seems pretty cool.
I also know that there's the one card in Standard that puts, I think it's Monstrous, which gives +1/+1 and Trample, the red card.
Yep.
Yeah, that card is... Oh, he's got a Malakir Rebirth.
Yep. So he's going to lose 2 life.
Mhm.
And we're going to see if Bert wants to fire off, I believe, a Fatal Push in hand. No, we already used the Fatal Push. All right, so now we're going to do a big
fire off
march.
a march instead for X equals 4.
4? Something like that.
Yep.
So actually, Abe does not lose 2 because the spell is fizzled.
Back up to 15, so he's 7 to 15.
And now we're down to 5. But we know that Bert, his last card here,
Is Shieldred, I believe.
is Shieldred. So unless Abe has a Terminate in hand, this can get out of hand pretty quickly.
Let's see
Yeah,
the
Bert
Urbogon
says,
and the Windmill
shrug-
Slam.
shrugs his shoulders, says, I don't know, deal with this. And he
Oh,
can.
he does. He's got the Terminate. That's so
Bert-
good.
Bert empty-handed.
Mhm.
Abe with a couple of cards in hand at least.
And a 2/2 representing some damage here. We are going to see the Fielder Rune go out.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Yeah, but Bert says in your draw step,
Yep.
maybe in your upkeep. I guess in your upkeep because he's trying to take him off a land.
Mhm.
But
And what do we see here? We
all
see
right, dash
Dragavan.
down. Bert says,
Yep,
good night,
that's
sweet
good enough.
prince. All right, we go to game 3.
I think this is probably the first game 3 we've seen on coverage. It's been a lot of 2-0s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. there's been
Interesting.
a good chunk of them. Just with a lot of weird mulligans. I know our one Tron matchup, we had a mulligan to 4 in game 1.
Ugh.
This is
Well,
never-
that's Tron, right?
That's very Tron.
and then they
yeah.
probably won.
Nope.
Okay.
They did lose, but it was
Good.
close. It came down to a bolt with an active ring out, bringing him down to 1. And passing the
Wow.
next turn, seeing if there was.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it's the only way I've ever beaten Tron with John Saga.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably pretty tough.
Um,
I mean, no matter what is in your deck, Jun
Yeah.
plus Tron, or Jun versus Tron, it's always going to be
Yeah.
Tron, right?
it's always well, normally. Beseiju helps.
The Seiju
a
helps.
lot.
You could do the Yogg thing, and because just Fulminator mage them with Agatha the Soul
Soul
Cauldron,
Cauldron.
and technically you're a Jun deck then, right? If you're playing
Sort of.
Fulminator and
Yeah.
Yawgmoth, you're Junned.
It's true. I'm a big fan of Agatha's Soul Cauldron. It's really added a lot to both Hardened Scales and Yawgmoth, kind of keeping them relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. That card is extremely scary. It does a lot of interesting things. I kind of liken it to Dress Down in that it's creating kind of new experiences in Magic, which is kind of rare. There's 100,000 cards out there or something like that,
Yep.
and it's hard to run across new experiences in Magic sometimes.
Yeah, I definitely got confused by a 1/5 Wall of Roots with 3 loyalty counters on it.
You just have a wall of roots with 3 different types
3
of
different
counters
types
on
of
it.
counters
Yeah,
on
it's
it.
a 1/1 counter, a minus O, minus 0, minus 1, minus O, no, minus O, minus 1 counter, and loyalty.
And loyalty, yeah.
Cool.
I was just like, I don't know what this card is anymore.
That's right. It's a suited up wall of roots.
Yep.
The best wall of roots you ever did see.
It blocked a Bowmasters, and I went, oh, that thing has a power.
That's right. Well, then you have to do the math of how many 1+1 counters does it have, and how
Yeah.
many minus
It's
O.
O
Oh, no,
minus
yeah, it still
1.
has
That
it.
was-
I always keep getting it confused. It's just a minus O counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, oops. We learned a lesson.
We learned
that
a
day.
lesson that day, and that's the Wall of Roots is a complicated Magic card.
Well, I think it's really Agatha's Soul Cauldron's a complicated Magic
It's
card.
also true.
Grist is also a really cool card.
I love Grist.
I hate that I can't spell pierce it, but it is cool.
I love that I can chord for it.
Yeah, it's
or
also
company
weird.
into it, which is just wild.
It's super weird.
Um,
Very cool card.
I just wish there was more insect synergy to go with it, you know? We did get Haywire Mite, which is funny.
That's right.
Anytime you see someone mill a Haywire Mite with a Grist
It's
and they
like,
get an
"Let's
extra
go."
bug, it's like,
Or another grist.
Or another
it's
grist.
It's an
It's true.
insect.
it was designed to work with itself, which
That's
is super
true.
cool.
Yeah. What a neat card.
Yeah. I want them to do more stuff like that. It's very fascinating the interactions you get with that card. I think we saw a little bit of it with Quintorius.
Quintorius
that
is neat.
cast from exile thing. We've seen a couple of the Cascade players playing it in their deck today.
Yeah.
Just as effectively in an alternate win condition where like all these Cascaders are now draining 2 every time they're casting something.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, anytime they're just only cascading into beans, right?
yeah.
Yeah. And there's a new Pioneer and Explorer deck that's centered around it. If you liked Garuda, you'll love
Yeah,
this.
I did see that. That was super funny. Just spark doubles and clever impersonators making more copies.
This
of
is much better
Quintorius.
than Garuda though, because Garuda you had to give them a turn to
Yeah.
do something. This one actually just kills your opponent.
Well, and Garuda mirrors were
Oh, I don't even.
hilarious.
I mean, like, all right, Garuda, spark double, blink it with the angel, do
Yeah.
another, just keep going, and then you stare at each other for a while because there's no way to get through.
I remember I played a mirror of that, and I lost because I had Thassa's Oracle in my deck, and my opponent didn't, and they stole mine
Oh no!
with enough devotion. I went, oh, that's why they stopped
well.
playing this.
Yep, it's time to come up with a new plan.
Yep. That deck was sweet, though.
That was cool.
I played it for 1 week before people figured out that it wasn't that good.
Me too. All right, so both players keeping 7 again.
Yep. Bird on the play this time.
Gotta think there's a fatal push in that hand.
Has to be.
Let's find out.
Are we-
Or at least a Bowmasters.
yeah, something to take care of this dragon. I did see an
Yeah,
engineered
goodbye.
explosives, but we did also have the fatal push.
I might have held on to that if I also had a Bowmaster. But maybe didn't want to give him a chance to undying it. All
That's
right.
true. Yep.
We're down to 18. We're drawing 2 cards here.
Love the fact that Night's Whisper's coming back to Modern.
That's kind of
I
neat.
love that card.
I know a
It's
lot
been
of
long
people
time.
are like, why don't you play Sign in Blood? Why don't you play Sign in Blood? Well, sometimes on a 2, you have a swamp and a Field of Ruin, and you just can't cast it.
Yep. And I think the situations where you're going to use Sign in Blood as a burn spell are a
Yeah.
little rare.
That's
Although
cool,
it is
though.
very fun with Shieldred.
All right.
So
So we have
we're
a
gonna
Thought
see-
Season in response for flashing in a Bowmaster. So Bert's going to be going down to a total of 15. Ooh, and there's the Bone Crusher and the Needle.
As well as 2 Dothies and a Terminate. That is.
Looks like a Grief.
oh,
2
grief.
Griefs.
Griefs and a Terminate.
That's right. So we're one Undying Element shy of using that Grief to good effect. I haven't seen what Bert's hand looks like, so we'll see what he goes ahead and takes. This is a very proactive hand.
It looks like he's got a Bloodchief's Thirst, a Cabal Coffers, an Engineered Explosives, a Karn.
Now, Engineered Explosives is a really interesting board in. We can only do it for 1 or 0. So I guess we're trying to clean up Fable and Bowmaster tokens. Maybe that's the idea.
Or it's on the play, it's an answer to Ragavan. And Needle. It does clear out Needle. So
That's true.
turns
So
Karn
maybe
back
this
on.
is their Needle tech.
Yep.
So they're probably not taking the Needle here. Maybe that's their plan. But we're doing the old squeeze the good ideas into my head thing here.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what gets taken here. I would lean on Grief, just to avoid the scam potential.
I
But-
I don't think so because there is a second Grief
Yeah.
and there's a Terminate in hand. I don't think that there's a slam dunk take here.
Yeah.
We're still short on mana, kind of as we have been in both previous games. Let's go ahead. Let's see what Bert takes.
He's gonna take the Bone Crusher.
That makes some sense. You know, if we have an answer to, Abe believes he has an answer to the One Ring in this Pithing Needle. Bert obviously has this Engineer Explosives, which can take care of it. And the punish for One Ring, like the second level punish for One Ring, is this Bone Crusher Giant. He doesn't want to get got by that.
Right. And we are seeing a Bloodchief's Thirst coming down and taking out that Bowmasters as well, which does mean that if Bert can stick a One Ring, he's in probably pretty good shape.
Absolutely. Next turn, I believe we also have a land in hand, so that Karn can come down pretty safely. Maybe waiting to get a little bit more mana, but you can always just, Karn plus. Don't need to put it into
Yeah.
bolt range or anything.
All right,
All
we see
right.
the needle come down. The question is on what.
Well, we're either going to be naming Karn or the One Ring. Let's see what the read is. We'll know if he plays the Karn.
Yeah. And if he doesn't grab the One Ring.
yeah, for sure.
But we do know he still has this EE in hand to take care of it if he absolutely has to. We got another demolition field. The fixed version of Field of Ruin, as a lot of people like to say.
What's fixed about it?
So it only says the players that were affected by it get the land. So there's this really weird thing with Field of Ruin that if you use it in multiplayer Magic, comes up in Commander, that it's each player searches for a basic. after you
Oh,
activate it.
interesting.
Yeah, so when you activate a Field of Ruin in Commander, everybody gets a basic land, whereas
it.
Demolition Field prevents that. It's a very weird thing that came up.
Gotcha.
So it is, yeah.
Ooh, so
Oh, the
obviously
Molten Collapse.
they named the One Ring.
Yep.
We've played a Karn, we've plussed it to protect ourselves like we kind of talked about. Now the big punish here is Abe drew a Mind Collapse, which is basically Dreadbore plus.
Yep.
So our hand now, is that a Coffers in hand? We have EE, looks like maybe a Coffers, but we don't have a an Urborg, so the Coffers isn't doing too much.
Not yet.
We have something else hanging out in there that I couldn't quite see.
Although it could be interesting to try and take Abe off of red here by taking out that Blood Crypt.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that another Karn? I can't quite see.
Yeah. We're seeing a colorless come down for something.
Colorless.
oh,
Okay,
it's
so it's a
Troll
troll.
Khazad.
So we're going to get another swamp.
Mhm.
Probably play swamp for turn.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe the hand is Coffers, EE, and something.
Yep. And we're gonna see the EE come down on 1.
Yep.
Let's make all these other One Rings potentially live.
So let's see. Maybe we'll see an upkeep.
Demolition Field.
Yeah. Says no. I'm just gonna do it right now.
Yep.
So Abe has one swamp left in his deck. So any fetch land got to really make this one count.
Mhm.
It's a much different game.
Yeah.
No one's really running away with it. Life totals are pretty stable. Board's pretty stable.
Yeah, we haven't seen really the unfair components of the deck shine here. It's been mostly a lot of just back and forth, 1-for-1 type of stuff.
From both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
No
And-
scamming, no rings, you know.
Yeah, and I have a hard time seeing what's in Abe's hands, but Bert's hand's pretty weak at this point, so he's going to have to draw out of it.
Yeah.
Abe's deck is full of a lot more threats.
Oh, we're going to see a scammed Grief.
Yep. So our last
Taking
card
away
is
that-
Coffers.
Yep. But the
And
Grief
now
is
we
not
have the
coming back.
land.
Yep.
And I believe Abe just has one card left.
Yes, which, if I remember correctly, is...
I think it might be another Grief.
Yeah, it's either... Because he just pitched the Terminate to
Yep.
a Grief, so I think it is just another Grief, which is why he's looking to play those lands so he can hard cast it.
Yep, absolutely.
We are seeing the coffers come down, which will generate 4.
Please no shield. Oh boy,
Oh,
we
no.
just pitched the Terminate.
Yep,
That's a problem.
that's brutal.
That hurts.
And that's going to be Abe going down to 16 from that draw.
So we've actually used a Mind Collapse and a Terminate already, so there's really only one card left in the deck to deal with this. That's going to be tough to beat.
Yep. Aside from scamming a Fury itself. And then we got a Blood. Oh, no.
No, that's, the Blackleaf
Blackleaf.
Says, yes, very nice Blackleaf Cliff, sir. All right, now it is Swamp.
It just makes Cabal coffers better here, so
Yep.
there's really no reason not to do it. You aren't really concerned about this needle until you actually see the One Ring, because you do have the answer for it. You know. I don't know if Abe's playing any K commands.
Yeah, I believe there's one in the deck, but not doing a ton.
Oh, we did see a Karn draw too.
Oh boy,
That's pretty good.
that is pretty good.
Bert also
So,
going to 16.
Coffers will make 5. There's a total of 8 mana available.
Yeah. So you can't activate EE, play Karn, grab the ring, and play the ring.
Nope.
We're still a little limited here, but. we're
But
gonna see
that's a
Karn
great
come
top
down.
deck. What are we going to go get? Gonna go get a ring.
We're going to play it and get the protection.
Yeah, that's right. So, no attack, so we're going to see here from this Shieldred. Oh, he says, I don't even care about my... do we care about our Karn? I would.
I would.
I mean, you're so far ahead at this point, you don't need to let anything slip.
Yeah.
How frisky are we trying to be? How much, like, Bert has to smell blood here.
Yep. I think he does want. He is concerned about closing out this game at this point.
Sure
and funnily
does.
enough, I think Karn can just start upticking on this One Ring and swing with an indestructible 4/4.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
All right, it's gonna be another one from that fetch. Abe going down to 11 here.
Yeah, this Shieldred's about to solo this game.
Yep.
Well, with the help of Karn and a One Ring, so
Yeah.
it would have soloed the game without it, but we have an abundance of riches.
Yep. I love Shield. As soon as it got spoiled, it's like this card's nuts. This is too much value. Karn's gonna go down to.
Ooh,
we're gonna see a Shield.
that's a great way. That's a great way to counter a Shieldred is with your own Shieldred. Said, all right, I lose, you lose. We both. I gain, you lose. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It's net neutral.
Net neutral in weird situations, but if you are at 2, I believe you will die because your opponent's Shieldred assaults first.
Oh, app nap.
Yep. It's too funny. All right.
Oh,
what a
these top decks are
draw.
unbelievable.
That's insane.
This has got to be game. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna activate it.
Actually, didn't need to do that if the line was, like you said, just plus on your One Ring, hit
and
you
punch
down
it
to
for
1,
8,
and
yeah.
then you draw for your turn.
Yeah, I would have loved to seen some, One Ring.
Some
creature
One Ring
action.
beatdowns.
But
This is tough.
I think he's considering minusing this Karn here to grab an additional card.
Why?
I don't know.
I mean, honestly, with at this point, maybe, but, we missed lethal. That's okay. Magic hard.
Yeah.
I'm just going
Yeah,
to
he's
plus
gonna
on
plus.
nothing and hit you. Abe has one draw step here. Let's see what
Going
it
down to
is.
3.
Let's see if it's a handshake.
He's deep in the tank. See if he can figure out a way out of this.
There's really only one card that does it. I guess you can potentially live for one more turn if you have something like a Bowmaster, something to block with. But it's not looking great, You actually need to win here. Bert, I believe, should have a Walking Ballista in his sideboard, and that'll close out the game.
Yep. I think he's looking at his sideboard right now.
Unless he boarded it in which case, oops. But, I think we're doing okay.
At worst, he can grab the Noxious Gear Hulk and clear out the army token.
I forgot about the Doctor's Gear Hulk.
It's such a sweet tech. I love it.
I don't know if it's good, but I do like
I
it.
do like it.
I'm not even questioning if it's good. I have no
I
idea,
have no idea.
but it is sweet.
I've not
All
played
right.
enough coffers. He's
Says,
gonna
all right, hit you down to hit Karn down to 1 or
And
2.
play a grief. Hope for the best.
You go to 15. Oh shucks. Let's see if opponent can find the lethal, which would be to, again, animate his One Ring and hit him with it.
We're seeing that Bloodstained Mire is a one-off in these lists. To go find a swamp, probably just for the shuffle effect, if anything.
I guess. Turn on Revolt in a pinch.
We're going to see him move back up to 17 with that draw for turn.
Let's see. Can we find lethal? Nope, we
Nope.
cannot. Whoop. Are we think? Yep.
Alright, we're just
Okay.
gonna
We
draw
have not
two.
found it.
Up to
This
21.
is- I'm guessing Abe has found lethal, and this is agonizing.
Yeah.
It's like, how many ways can you kill me, man? Just do it.
Yeah, we are going to
There's
get
the Gear Hulk. All right.
The Gear Hulk's going to
GGs.
clutch it out.
Well, tough loss for
Yep.
Abe, but congratulations to Bert.
Yep.
Won the invite to Denver.
All right, yeah. And maybe he'll get that lanyard.
Oh, I hope he is. He's probably chomping at the bit. He's like, screw Denver. I want
want
that.
the
I want
lanyard."
that thin cloth.
All right, well, this is likely going to be the last match of coverage as we move. Both these players get their invite and likely just shake hands on the lanyard at some point. But thanks for joining me in the booth for the last event, Evan. It was great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Yep, and this was Hashtags Regional Championship Qualifier. I believe it's the last one for the season. There's not very many left. And then next season will be Standard, which...
We'll see if it takes off. But, I mean, I haven't played Standard in years, and I've played the first 2 leagues in 3 years with it. I got to say, I had fun.
A lot of people are telling me Standard's been fun.
You love mid-range Magic. This is mid-range Magic.
Yeah, it's just a matter of wanting to keep up with it or not. I think, and it's so weird because now it's not even really standard. It's almost like extended. With
Yeah.
that extended year-long window. We're dealing with
Sure.
Kamigawa for a whole nother year longer than we expected. Which thankfully I think Fable is banned. but-
Fable is banned.
Yeah.
Bankbuster's banned. Invoke Despair, I think, is banned.
That's right. Invoke Despair died for Shieldred since.
Yeah, sure did. Shieldred's still around. Shieldred's still $70.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, but I mean, she is being played in 3 formats now.
Pretty
which
good.
is Pretty good. All right. Well, this has been Devin and Evan at Hashtag. Thank you all for tuning in, and best of luck for all your games of Magic.